Her Amish Christmas Ruse, written and narrated by Samantha Price. Chapter 1. The alpacas watched Verity with curiosity and judgment as she stepped out of the hired car. She'd forgotten how unnerving their stares could be, those long-lashed eyes that seemed to see straight through every careful plan she'd ever made. "Home sweet home," she muttered, pulling her bag from the car. The driver, an elderly Englisher who'd made the 2-hour journey from her district without much conversation, nodded toward the farmhouse. "Want me to wait? Make sure someone's here?" "No, thank you. They're expecting me." First week of December, like clockwork, Verity came home. Stayed through Christmas, left the day after. She paid the driver and watched the car disappear down the long gravel drive. The December cold bit through her coat, sharper here than in her community somehow, or maybe she'd just grown soft. 2 hours away wasn't far, but it was far enough to build her own life, her own midwifery practice, her own carefully controlled world where no one asked when she was getting married or why she was still alone at 35. The farmhouse looked exactly as it had last Christmas, and the Christmas before that, and every Christmas stretching back through her childhood. White clapboard, green shutters, the porch swing her father had built the year she turned 12. Smoke curled from the chimney. Through the kitchen window she could see her mother moving about, probably pulling something from the oven. Behind the house, the alpaca barn stood sturdy and red against the grey December sky. Her father would be out there doing evening chores. 23 alpacas now, if her mother's last letter was accurate. The farm had grown since Verity had left home at 20. Before she reached the steps, the front door flew open. "Verity! Oh, you're here!" Her mother Martha burst onto the porch. "I've been watching for the car. I don't know how I missed it. Come in, you must be frozen. Was the drive all right? I made your favourite, apple strudel, just out of the oven." Verity let herself be pulled into her mother's embrace. For a moment, just a moment, she let herself relax. "The drive was fine, Mum." Verity pulled back, studying her mother's face. "You're energetic." "Well, it's Christmas season. How can I not be excited when my youngest child comes home?" Martha took Verity's bag and pulled her inside. "And this year is special, very special." "Is it?" Verity knew what was coming. "Yes." Verity sat at the kitchen table and looked over at the strudel. It sat cooling on the counter, golden and perfect. The table was set for supper, 4 places. Verity's stomach sank. She thought she'd be having the first night off. "Is someone joining us for dinner?" "What? Oh, no, Martha waved a hand. "That's for later. Your father will be in soon. Take your things upstairs, get settled. Are you hungry?" "Of course you're hungry." "Mum, what's going on?" "Going on? Nothing's going on. Can't a mother be happy her daughter's home for Christmas?" "You can, but you're also planning something." Her mother's laugh was too bright, too quick. "Planning? I'm always planning. It's Christmas. There's much to plan. The gatherings, gifts, the baking." "Mum." Her mother finally met her eyes, and Verity saw it clearly. Hope, schemes, that particular brand of maternal determination that had resulted in 10 years of carefully orchestrated Christmas coincidences. "All right," her mother said, clasping her hands together, "but don't be upset. You're not upset, are you? You can't be upset before I've even told you." Verity folded her arms. "Who is it this year?" "I know the other men weren't quite right, Verity, but this time it's different. I can feel it. Ruth moved here. You remember Ruth Byler?" "No, you probably wouldn't. She was widowed, poor thing. Her husband passed 6 months ago. Such a tragedy. Anyway, she and her son moved here to be near family, to start fresh, and her son, Adam, his name is Adam, he's a carpenter, very skilled, and he's such a man, so devoted to his mother and you thought you'd set us up. Verity kept her voice level. No point getting angry. Anger changed nothing. Does Ruth know about your plan? It's not a plan exactly, more of a... Ruth and I have been friends for years. We've kept in touch, and when she mentioned moving back here, naturally we talked about our children, and naturally we thought, well, you're both single, both good people, both the same. He's the victim this year then. Oh, Verity, victim is such a harsh word. We hoped you'd fall in love. Is hoping a crime? It should be. Through the kitchen window she saw the alpaca barn. Her father would be finishing up soon, would come in for supper. He would understand this shouldn't be happening, but there wasn't much he could do. He wasn't the one who orchestrated these annual matchmaking setups. Verity had perfected her response over the years. No point refusing outright. That only made her mother dig in harder, made Christmas tense and miserable for everyone. Better to go along with things. Date the man through December. Let Mum have her hope. Then after Christmas, end it gently and leave. Her system had never let her down. It kept Mum happy, kept herself free, kept everyone safe from disappointment in the long run. This Adam man would be like all the others. Nice enough, probably. Dull, maybe. Awkwardly eager to please Mum, definitely. She'd smile, make conversation, go on a few walks or attend a few community gatherings with him. He'd be relieved when she left. She liked to think they always were, once they realised she had no intention of staying. She was a midwife. She brought life into the world. That was her calling, and nothing her mother did would change that. "When do I meet him?" Verity asked. Mum's face lit up. "Oh, they're staying with Isaac and Anna Yoda until Adam finds land to buy. I was thinking we need help with the fence, and Adam's a carpenter, so perhaps he could look at that bad post in the back pasture, and you could... When is all this happening?" "Tomorrow morning." Martha looked pleased with herself. "I'll mention to Ruth tonight that we need help, and she'll mention to Adam, and he'll come by, and you'll just happen to be here, and what a coincidence." "Exactly. What a wonderful coincidence." Verity stood and picked up her bag. "I'm going to unpack." "You're not angry, are you?" Mum followed her to the stairs. "Verity, please don't be angry. I want you to be happy. Is that so terrible?" Verity paused on the first step, looked back at her mother. Mum was 72, grey threading through her dark hair, lines around her eyes from years of squinting in the sun, hands rough from farm work. She looked older than she had last Christmas. They all got older. Time didn't stop because Verity wasn't here to see it. "I'm not angry, Mum. Really. It's fine." "You'll like him. I know you will. He's different from... Well, he's a good man. You'll see." Verity climbed the stairs to her childhood bedroom, the one that had stayed frozen in time since she left. The same quilt was on the bed, the same curtains, the same view of the barn and the fields beyond. She set her suitcase on the floor and sat on the bed. She would perform her ruse with this new man. She'd done it every year for a decade. One more time wouldn't hurt. Outside, the alpacas called to each other in their strange, warbling way. Her father's voice drifted up, low and soothing, talking to the animals. The sun was setting over the fields. It was beautiful here. It had always been beautiful. Downstairs, her mother was humming a hymn, and despite everything, Verity smiled. Mum's schemes were predictable, annoying, ultimately pointless, but they came from love. A few minutes later, her mother called out, "Verity, your father's coming in. Supper's ready." "Coming." Tonight she'd eat her mother's strudel and let herself pretend, for one evening, that coming home for Christmas was simple. She headed downstairs to greet her father, eat supper, and begin another December performance. Chapter 2. The next morning Verity woke early, force of habit from years of pre-dawn births, and lay in bed listening to the house wake around her. Her father's footsteps on the stairs, the clank of the stove being stoked, her mother's voice, too cheerful for this hour of the morning, probably already planning how to orchestrate today's spontaneous meeting. Verity pulled the quilt over her head and allowed herself exactly 30 seconds of childish avoidance. Then she got up, dressed, pinned her cap, and went downstairs to face her mother's elaborate setup. Mum was at the stove, scrambling eggs with one hand and gesturing with the other as she talked to Verity's father, who sat at the table with his coffee, nodding at intervals. He caught Verity's eye as she entered and gave her the smallest smile. Solidarity, sympathy, and amusement all wrapped into one subtle expression. "Good morning, Verity. Did you sleep well? The eggs are almost ready. Sit, sit. Your father was saying the fence in the back pasture is leaning badly. The alpacas could push right through if they tried. We really need someone to look at it. A carpenter, ideally. Someone with experience. Someone who could come today, perhaps." "Mum," Verity poured herself coffee, "you're not subtle." "I'm not trying to be subtle. I'm trying to get the fence fixed. If a nice young man happens to fix it, well, that's efficient planning." Mum's face was perfectly innocent as she slid eggs onto plates. Dad coughed, hiding a smile. "What time is he coming?" Verity sat across from her father, accepting her plate. "Who?" Mum asked. Verity frowned at her mother. "You know who?" "Oh, Adam? I'm not sure. Ruth said she'd mention it to him this morning. He might stop by mid-morning? Or maybe after lunch. It's hard to say, really." "So you don't actually need the fence fixed urgently?" Verity asked. "The fence needs fixing. Today, next week, does it matter?" Mum sat down with her own plate, spreading jam on toast with great concentration. "You'll be here for weeks. Plenty of time." Verity ate her eggs and said nothing. The system was well established by now. Her mother would create opportunities. Some ordinary young man would appear, clearly interested in the midwife daughter. Verity would be kind, friendly, appropriate. The young man would become more interested. They'd spend time together through Christmas. Then Verity would leave, gently ending whatever had begun, and return to her real life. It worked because she maintained control. Stay polite but not too encouraging. Keep conversations surface level. Never let herself get pulled into deeper waters. After 10 years, she could navigate these next weeks in her sleep. After breakfast, Verity helped her mother with dishes while her father headed out to the barn. "I really do think you'll like him," Mum said, scrubbing a pan with unnecessary vigour. "He's not like, well, I know the others weren't quite right, but Adam is different." Verity had heard this before. Every year this bachelor was different, special, the one who would finally make her want to stay. They were never different. "He's devoted to his mother," Mum continued. "After his father died, such a tragedy, a heart attack at only 78. Adam moved here to give Ruth a fresh start. He's looking for land to buy, wants to build them a proper home. He's very responsible." Verity dried a plate mechanically. "And Ruth says he's wonderful with his hands, a true craftsman. He built furniture for their whole house in their old community. Tables, chairs, cabinets, everything. Beautiful work." So he was a devoted son and skilled carpenter. That was nice. They were always nice. Nice didn't mean compatible. Nice didn't mean she wanted to give up her career and move back home. "I'm going out to help Dat," Verity said, hanging up the dish towel. "In the barn? But what if Adam comes and you're covered in dirt?" "Then I'll be dressed appropriately for a farm, which this is." She escaped before her mother could protest further. Her father was filling water buckets, moving with the slow deliberation of a man who'd been doing the same tasks for 40 years. The alpacas crowded around, nosing at his pockets, hoping for treats. "She's already planning the wedding," Verity said. "Before breakfast was finished," he confirmed. "It's a new record." "What do you know about him?" Her father straightened, patting the nearest alpaca. "This is Felicity, new since last Christmas. Her Kriya is Joy, over there, the small one." "Dat, what do you know about—" "Haven't met him yet, but I knew his father years ago. Good man. He was honest and a hard worker." He paused. "Ruth says Adam's the same. Quiet, steady, not interested in drama." "Meaning?" "Meaning he's not the type to make a fuss. If he's not interested in anything, he'll be polite about it, but won't pretend otherwise." Verity absorbed this. Adam Byler was honest and straightforward. That was actually refreshing. The last few years had brought her men who seemed more interested in pleasing Mum than in getting to know Verity herself. Men who nodded along with everything, agreed to everything, seemed to have no opinions of their own. A straightforward man might be easier to manage. Less chance of misunderstanding when she left after Christmas. Verity helped her father with mucking stalls and distributing hay. Verity had almost forgotten about the impending introduction when a wagon rumbled up the drive. Her stomach tightened with the familiar pre-performance tension. Showtime. Through the barn's open door, she watched a man, not as young as expected, climb down from the wagon, moving with easy confidence. He was tall, broad-shouldered, the kind of build that came from years of physical work. Even from a distance, she could tell he was in his late 30s, probably. Mum burst from the house like she'd been fired from a cannon, all smiles and welcoming gestures. Ruth Byler climbed down from the wagon's other side, a small, plump woman with grey hair and a face that managed to look both soft and determined at once. Adam stood by the wagon, patient. His posture was relaxed, unhurried. He let his mother have her moment with Mum, the two women embracing and exclaiming like long-lost sisters reunited. "Better go say hello," her father said quietly, "before your mother sends out a search party." Verity brushed hay from her apron and followed her father out of the barn. As they approached, Mum spotted them. "Verity, there you are. Come meet Ruth. Well, you met her years ago, but you were a child. And this is her son, Adam. Adam, this is our daughter, Verity. She's visiting for Christmas. She's a midwife in Cedar Grove, 2 hours' drive from here. Very accomplished, very successful." Verity tried not to wince at her mother's embarrassing introduction, but when she met Adam's eyes, she saw something unexpected, a flicker of amusement, quickly hidden, as if he found the whole situation as ridiculous as she did, but was too polite to show it. "Nice to meet you," he said. He wasn't overly eager, not awkwardly shy. He seemed quite normal so far. "Likewise." Verity shook his hand briefly. His grip was firm, calloused from work, but he didn't hold on too long or too tight. He was better looking than most of her mother's previous choices. Brown hair, warm brown eyes, and an honest face. Not handsome in a striking way, but pleasant. The kind of face you could look at every day without tiring of it. Not that it mattered. 3 weeks, then she'd be gone. "Adam's here to look at the fence," Mum announced, practically vibrating with barely suppressed matchmaking energy. "The one in the back pasture. Verity, Maybe you could show him where it is. You know the property so well, and Adam needs to see it, and Ruth and I have so much to catch up on." The manipulation was hilariously transparent. Verity waited to see how Adam would handle it. He glanced at his mother, then at Martha, then at Verity. A flicker passed across his face. Resignation, maybe, or recognition of what was happening. But instead of looking annoyed or embarrassed, he seemed accepting, as if he'd expected this and decided to go along with it. "I'd appreciate that," he said to Verity, "if you have time." "I can show you," Dad offered, clearly taking pity on both of them. "Oh, but Ned, I need you to help me move something in the house." Martha grasped for an excuse. "That heavy thing of yours in the upstairs hallway. I want it moved before Christmas, and I can't do it alone." "What thing?" Ned asked, bewildered. "The thing. It's heavy. You know the one. And Ruth, you simply must see the quilt I've been working on. It's in the sewing room." Within moments, Martha and Ruth had swept Ned toward the house, leaving Verity and Adam standing alone in the yard. The two mothers cast not at all subtle glances back at them through the kitchen window. Verity suppressed a sigh and started walking toward the back pasture. "The fence is this way." Adam grabbed a toolbox from the wagon and followed. When he caught up, they walked together for a while. Verity was acutely aware of him beside her, tall enough that she had to look up slightly to see his face, or stand on her tiptoes to kiss him. No, not that. What was she thinking? "So," he said after a moment, "you're a midwife." Here it came, the questions, the interest, the careful feeling out of whether she was suitable wife material. "Yes, I've been practicing for over 10 years. I work with 2 other midwives in Cedar Grove. We cover a few communities." "That must be demanding work. Babies don't arrive on schedule." "No, they don't." She waited for the inevitable follow-up. "Isn't it hard? Don't you want your own family? Wouldn't you rather settle down?" Adam nodded. "My mother had a midwife for all her births. She still talks about her, says she was the calmest person in the room, even when things got complicated." That's the job. Stay calm when everyone else is panicking. "Sounds like carpentry," he said. Stay steady when everything's going wrong and the client is losing their mind because the cabinet doors don't hang quite right, but only because they're looking at things before they're finished. She glanced at him, surprised into almost laughter. He caught her eye and smiled, a real smile this time, reaching his eyes. Not the polite smile from the introduction, but something genuine. He was charming. Verity felt the first stirrings of warning. Charming was dangerous. Charming made things complicated. They reached the fence. The post really was rotted through, leaning at an alarming angle. Adam set down his toolbox and examined it with professional attention, running his hand along the damaged wood, testing the stability of the surrounding posts. "This is beyond repair," he said. "The whole post needs to be replaced. Ground rot, probably been compromised for a year or more. I'm surprised the alpacas haven't pushed through already." "Can you fix it?" "Not today. I'd need to bring proper supplies, a new post, concrete, better tools than what I have here." He straightened, brushing dirt from his hands. "I could come back in a couple of days, measure properly, bring everything I need." "That's fine. The alpacas are in a different pasture right now anyway." "Good." He looked at her directly. "Your mother will probably insist I stay for coffee when we go back, just so you know." Verity blinked. "Probably." "And my mother will agree enthusiastically and suggest we all sit together." "Almost certainly," Verity nodded. "And they'll ask intrusive questions and make pointed comments about how good we look together." A giggle escaped Verity's lips. "That's standard procedure, yes." Adam chuckled. "All right, I wanted to make sure you knew what we were walking into." He said it so matter-of-factly, with such calm acceptance, that Verity found herself relaxing slightly. He understood the situation. He wasn't going to make it weird. They started walking back toward the house. The barn was visible ahead, the house beyond it, smoke curling from the chimney. "What's Cedar Grove like?" Adam asked. "Small and quiet. The community there is wonderful. The families I work with are the best. They trust me with their most vulnerable moments." She paused. "It's where I belong." "Not here?" The question was gentle, curious, not challenging, but it still made her defensive. "I visit, but my work is there. My life is there." "Makes sense." He said it simply, without judgment. "My mother wants me to settle here, buy land, build a house, put down roots. That's the plan." "Is it your plan or hers?" Adam was quiet for a moment. "Little of both, I suppose. After my father died, she needed a fresh start, somewhere without memories on every corner. And I need to take care of her. That's not negotiable. So here we are." "But what do you want?" He looked at her then, something unreadable in his expression. "I want my mother to be happy. I want to do good work. I want a simple life without complications." A pause. "What about you?" "Same, more or less. Good work, simple life, no complications." "Then we understand each other." They were back at the yard now. Through the window, Martha and Ruth were definitely watching, faces pressed nearly against the glass. "Here we go," Verity muttered. "Into the storm," Adam agreed. Chapter 3. Before they could reach the door, Martha flung it open. "There you are. Did you see the fence? Can it be fixed? Come in, come in. I've made coffee and there's apple strudel." They filed inside, shedding coats. In the kitchen, Ruth was already setting out plates and cups, moving around Martha's kitchen like she'd been doing it for years. "Sit, sit," Martha gestured to the table. "Verity, sit next to Adam. There's more room on that side." Of course there was. Verity sat. Adam sat beside her, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him, smell the clean scent of wood shavings and winter air that clung to his clothes. "So," Ruth settled across from them, eyes bright. "What did you think of the fence, Adam?" "There's that post that needs a full replacement. I can come back in a few days with supplies." "A few days? Perfect!" Ruth glanced at Martha. "Plenty of time." "Plenty of time," Martha echoed meaningfully. Verity focused on her coffee. Beside her, Adam accepted a generous slice of strudel from Martha and took a bite. "This is excellent," he said. "Is this your recipe?" Martha beamed. "Oh, it's been in my family for generations. Verity knows how to make it too. I taught her when she was a girl. She's a wonderful cook. Very domestic skills, despite her career." Verity resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "I can also assist at birthing babies and handle medical emergencies, just in case that's relevant." Adam made that quiet sound again, definitely a suppressed laugh. When she glanced at him, his eyes were crinkled at the corners with amusement. "Both useful skills, though I hope I never need the second one," he said. "Everyone needs the second one eventually. That's how we all got here," Ruth said. "Fair point." "Do you have siblings, Adam?" Mum asked, leaning forward with the intensity of a prosecutor. "No, I'm an only child." "Really? So is Verity." Verity stared at her mother. "Mum, have you forgotten about my siblings?" Mum laughed. "No, but I meant not an only child, but the only unmarried one. Her sisters are both settled with families. Verity's the youngest." Verity shook her head and looked down at her food. "Tell me more about yourself, Adam. Why haven't you—" "Mum!" Verity knew exactly what her mother was going to ask next. She had to stop her. "I'm only asking questions, getting to know him. That's what Christmas is about. Family, togetherness, getting to know people." "I'm not married," he said. "Never found the right woman." The conversation continued in this vein for another 20 minutes. Martha and Ruth asked progressively more pointed questions. Adam answered patiently, with occasional glances at Verity that seemed to say, "Can you believe this?" Verity found herself almost enjoying it, not the interrogation itself, but the shared absurdity of it, the sense that she and Adam were allies in this ridiculous situation. Finally, Adam stood and looked over at his mother. "We should go. I have another project to check on this afternoon." Ruth looked disappointed but didn't argue. "Thank you for the strudel. It was the best I've tasted." "You're welcome." Martha followed them to the door. "When will you come back to fix the fence? Day after tomorrow, was it? Verity will be here, of course. Maybe you could come for supper afterward. I'm making pot roast." "That's very kind," Adam said, "but I wouldn't want to impose." "It's not imposing. It's being neighbourly. Ruth, tell him." "We'd love to come for supper," Ruth said, ignoring Adam's look. "Day after tomorrow?" "Perfect." Martha was already planning the menu in her head. Verity could see it happening. Adam helped his mother into her coat, then pulled on his own. At the door, he turned back to Verity. "Thank you for showing me the fence." "You're welcome." "I'll see you the day after tomorrow." It wasn't a question, but Verity answered anyway. "I'll be here." "Good." Then he was gone. Verity watched from the doorway as they rolled down the drive. He didn't look back, but Ruth was already talking animatedly, probably asking questions about Verity. Mum closed the door and immediately turned to Verity, eyes shining. "Well, what do you think?" "He seems nice." "Nice? He's wonderful. So polite, so respectful, and he looked at you like, 'Mum, please, I'm going to the barn to finish helping Dat.' We need to plan. Supper day after tomorrow. What should I make? The pot roast, obviously, but what else? Maybe that potato dish you like? And for dessert—" Verity escaped to the barn, her mother's voice following her out. Her father was back with the alpacas, continuing the task of mucking out stalls. He looked up as Verity entered, pitchfork in hand. "Survived, did you?" "Barely." Verity grabbed a rake and joined him. "He and Ruth are coming back day after tomorrow for supper. He's also fixing that fence post, or replacing it or something." "Is your mother's already planning the wedding?" "Started during the strudel." "What did you think? Really?" Verity considered the question. "He's not what I expected." "How so?" "He's straightforward, honest. He seems to understand the situation, that our mothers are pushing us together. He's not pretending he doesn't see it." "Is that good or bad?" her father asked. "I don't know yet." Verity dumped a wheelbarrow of soiled hay. "But at least he's not awkward about it. He's just going along with it." Like all the others, she thought, nice young men who asked questions, smiled, and seemed genuinely captivated. This would be no different. Adam would come around, nudged by his mother and his own interest. They'd spend time together. He'd fall for the idea of her, the capable woman who also knew her way around a kitchen. By Christmas Day, he'd be hoping she'd stay. And she'd leave, like always, back to her real life where everything was under control. She could handle a few weeks of pleasant conversation and shared strudel. She'd done it 10 times before. Nothing was different. Adam Byler was simply another nice man in a long line of nice men, charming, easy to talk to, and destined to fade when December ended. Chapter 4. That evening, after supper dishes were cleared and her parents had settled into their usual routine, Ned reading the budget by lamplight, Martha working on her embroidery, Verity excused herself to step outside. She needed to call Sybil before the day fully caught up with her. The phone shanty was a short walk from the house, cold and dark at this hour. Verity wrapped her shawl tighter and dialed the familiar number, listening to the ring echo across the miles between her childhood home and her real life. "Verity?" Sybil's voice was warm, immediate. "Let me guess. You've been home for exactly 24 hours and your mother has already lined someone up." "Less than 24 hours. She had him here by mid-morning." Sybil laughed, that full-throated sound that always made Verity smile despite herself. "A new record. So who is it this year? Another farmer? Another shopkeeper? Please tell me it's not another one who collects dead butterflies." "Well, to be fair, they were specimen butterflies. This time it's a carpenter. Recently moved here from, I don't even remember where. His mother and my mother conspired." "Oh, a conspiracy. That's advanced matchmaking." "They're not subtle about it. His name is Adam. He's coming back to fix our fence and stay for supper day after tomorrow. And probably every other meal between now and Christmas Day if Mum has her way." "What's he like?" Verity paused, considering. "Easy to talk to. He asked questions about my work, seemed genuinely interested. That look they get, you know? The 'I've found something special' look? Exactly that. He was attentive, warm. He's better than most of the others, honestly. I think I'll genuinely enjoy his company." "Is he handsome?" "Yes, not flashy, but solid. Good build, nice face. The kind you could look at every day." She caught herself. "Not that it matters." "Verity?" "What? I'm being objective." "You sound almost interested in him." "I am not interested. I'm observing that he's nice company." Verity shifted against the shanty's wall. "It doesn't change anything. It's still the same as every year. Nice man, obvious interest, then I leave." "Are you sure you don't like him a little bit? You're not complaining bitterly about him?" "No, not even a little." Verity's voice was firm. "He'll keep coming around, finding reasons to stop by. He'll get that hopeful look in his eyes. By Christmas, he'll probably be half in love with the idea of me, and then I'll leave, and he'll be disappointed, and Mum will find someone new next year." "That seems cold." "It's realistic. I'm not leading him on. I'm being pleasant. If he chooses to interpret that as more than it is, that's not my fault." Sybil was quiet for a moment. "Do you tell them that you're leaving no matter what?" "I don't lie. They know I have a practice in Cedar Grove. They know I'm only visiting for Christmas." "But you don't tell them there's no possibility. You let them hope." "What am I supposed to do? Tell them on day one that nothing will come of this? That would be needlessly cruel." "Maybe, or maybe it would be honest," Sybil sighed. "Look, I'm not judging. You do what you need to do. Be careful, okay? Adam sounds more appealing than the usual prospects. What if you actually fall for him?" Verity laughed. "That won't happen." "You sound very sure." "I am sure. I know myself. I know what I want." Verity pulled her shawl tighter. "I'm not giving up everything to move back here and become some carpenter's wife, no matter how charming he is." "No one's asking you to give it up." "Yes, they are. That's exactly what they're asking. Settle down, start a family. That means trade my unpredictable, demanding, meaningful work for something domestic and conventional. I made my choice years ago, Sybil. I chose my calling and I don't regret it." "I know. I just want you to be happy." "I am happy." "What about 10 years from now? Will you regret being married?" "I'll face that issue in 10 years' time. I'll never be lonely. I have my work, my community, my friends. I have you." "It's not the same as having someone there, someone to go home to." Sybil's voice softened. "I'm not saying you need to marry this man. I'm just saying maybe don't dismiss the possibility so quickly. One day your mother might surprise you and actually get it right." Stop worrying about me. This one's not different, okay? If you say so. I do. Now, can we talk about something else? How are things in Cedar Grove? How's Jenny's baby? They talked for another 10 minutes about Sybil's family, about the women in Verity's practice, about ordinary things that had nothing to do with matchmaking mothers or charming carpenters. When Verity finally hung up and walked back to the house, she felt settled again. Inside, Mum looked up from her embroidery as Verity entered. "There you are. I was thinking, for supper day after tomorrow, should I make the pot roast or do chicken instead? The pot roast is more impressive, but the chicken is your favourite." "Either is fine, Mum. You told them pot roast, so best to stick with that." "And I thought maybe we could use the good dishes, the ones from my mother. It would be special, show that we're—" "Mum, it's only a meal. Don't go to too much trouble." "It's not just a meal, it's—" Martha's eyes were bright, hopeful. "Please don't start planning the wedding based on one meeting." "I'm not planning a wedding." "Good, then pot roast it is, and I'll make that potato dish you love, and maybe apple pie for dessert. Adam probably loves apple pie. Most men do." "You've got that right," her father said, looking over the top of the budget newspaper. Verity left her mother planning and climbed the stairs to her room. Behind her, Mum's voice continued talking to Dat, listing variations of dishes. Meanwhile, 2 miles away in the Yoda household, Adam was having a different conversation entirely. Ruth had waited until they'd returned from the Troyers, waited through supper with Isaac and Anna, waited until they were alone in the small sitting room the Yodas had given them for their private use. Then she'd started. "So?" Ruth leaned forward in her chair, hands clasped, eyes bright with barely contained excitement. "What did you think?" Adam looked up from the wood sample he'd been examining, a piece of cherry he was considering for a cabinet commission. "Think about what?" "Verity, of course, Martha's daughter. Do you see her as a possible wife?" Adam set down the wood carefully, buying himself a moment. He'd known this conversation was coming. Ruth had been practically vibrating with anticipation the entire ride home. "She seems nice enough," he said. "Nice enough? Adam, she's wonderful, intelligent, kind, well-spoken, and Martha says she's an excellent cook, very skilled in all the domestic duties despite her career." "Mother, I saw her for a few hours. That's hardly enough time to form a comprehensive opinion." "But you'll see her again?" "You already accepted the supper invitation for day after tomorrow, so yes, I'll see her again. I'll also be there replacing the post." Ruth's hands clasped tighter, and Adam recognised the gesture. It was what she did when she was working up to something emotional, something difficult. He braced himself. "Adam," her voice dropped, went soft. "You know I only want you to give me grandchildren." "I know." "After your father died," her voice caught, wavered. Even 6 months later, the grief was a fresh wound. "After we lost him, I thought I'd never feel joy again. And you've been so good to me, moving us here, starting over, taking care of everything. You're my mother, of course I take care of you. But you deserve a life too, a wife, children, a family of your own." She reached across the small space between their chairs and took his hand. Her fingers were thin, cold despite the warm room. "I won't be here forever, Adam, and I can't bear the thought of you alone when I'm gone." Adam squeezed her hand gently. This was familiar territory. They'd had variations of this conversation a dozen times in the last few months. Ruth wanted him settled before she died, wanted grandchildren to hold, wanted the assurance that he'd have someone when she was no longer there. It came from love. Desperate, anxious love, but love nonetheless. "I'm not alone, Mother. I have you. I'll make friends here, and eventually I'll find a wife. But these things can't be rushed. I can't marry just anyone." Her eyes filled with tears that caught the lamplight. When Martha mentioned Verity, a woman of faith, established, mature enough to know what she wants, I thought perhaps God was answering my prayers. Adam felt the familiar weight settle on his shoulders. His mother's prayers, his mother's hopes, his mother's need for him to be settled and happy before she could rest. It wasn't fair to put that burden on him, but Ruth didn't see it as a burden in her race to have grandchildren. "I just met her," he said carefully. "We might fall in love, or we might not. It's too early to tell." Ruth pulled her hand back, dabbing at her eyes with her apron. "She seems lovely, and you seemed comfortable with her. That's something, isn't it?" It was something. Verity had been easy to talk to, quick-witted, not given to simpering or false modesty. She'd handled the obvious matchmaking with dry humour rather than embarrassment. He'd enjoyed their conversations, but enjoyment didn't mean he wanted to marry her. It merely meant she was okay company. "I'll see her again day after tomorrow," Adam said. "I'll be polite, get to know her better. But Mother, you need to understand something." Ruth looked at him, waiting. "Even if Verity and I got along perfectly, which is far from certain after one meeting, she lives in Cedar Grove. A practice, women depending on her, a career she's built. She's not likely to give all that up to marry a carpenter she just met." "But if you courted her properly, if she came to care for you, over 3 weeks, during Christmas, with you and Martha watching every interaction?" Adam shook his head. "That's not how a real relationship develops." "It's how your father and I started." Ruth's voice was wistful. "We met at Christmas, courted through the winter, married the following fall." "That was different." "Why?" "Different times. Things moved faster then. These days, men need to consider their options." Ruth studied him. "You don't want this, do you? You're only going along with it for me." Adam hesitated, caught between honesty and kindness. "I want you to be happy, but you have to trust me." "That's not what I asked." He sighed, rubbing his face. "Mother, I need to find us land, build a house, get the carpentry business established. I need to make sure you're settled and secure before winter comes again. Marriage," he spread his hands helplessly, "marriage is a complication I don't need right now. It's not personal to Verity. I'm not in a place where I can think about that. But I will spend time with her over the next few weeks," Adam continued, keeping his voice gentle. "I'll be courteous, respectful. I'll give her a fair chance, but I'll make no promises beyond that. All right?" Ruth's eyes were still damp, but she nodded slowly. "All right, a fair chance. That's all I ask." She didn't ask for more, but Adam could see her thinking it, hoping for it. His mother had always been a woman of great faith, believing God would provide, believing everything happened for a reason. She probably saw his meeting with Verity as divine providence. He saw it as an obligation to endure. "You should rest," he said, standing. "It's been a long day." "Adam," Ruth was watching him, "I need to know if it's even a small possibility between you and Verity. I know she's older than a lot of the other single women, but I think someone older would be better for you." He could see the hopefulness on his mother's face. The last thing he wanted to do was disappoint her. "Maybe. We'll see how it goes." "Well, if you start liking her more than that, let me know." "You're right about something. I don't have much in common with women who are too young. I do prefer someone older." Of course, of course." But she was smiling, already imagining grandchildren, Adam could tell. "I'll try to be patient. But oh, Adam, I have such a good feeling about Verity." "Good." He kissed her forehead and said good night, then retreated to his own small room. He could hear her humming as she prepared for bed, a happy sound he hadn't heard since before his father died. Worth it, he thought. 3 weeks of passing time with Verity was worth hearing that sound. Adam stretched out on his bed, hands behind his head, thinking through his plan. He'd return to the Troyer farm day after tomorrow with supplies to fix that fence post. He'd be attentive at supper, ask Verity appropriate questions, show interest in her work, let both mothers see him making an effort. They'd spend time together over the next 3 weeks, and then she'd leave. His mother would be disappointed, but would have to accept it. The beauty of it was that Verity wouldn't be hurt, because he'd be sure to make no promises. They could part as friendly acquaintances. Adam smiled into the darkness. It really was a perfect solution to keep everyone happy for now. He thought about Verity's direct gaze, the quick intelligence in her responses when he'd asked about her work. He could appreciate good conversation without developing feelings. 3 weeks of her company, then back to real life. Simple. Chapter 5. The next day passed in a flurry of Martha's preparations. Verity helped with the usual farm tasks, feeding alpacas, collecting eggs, preparing meals, while her mother planned aloud every detail of the dinner 2 days hence. By evening, Verity had heard 3 different dessert options debated, 4 possible vegetable sides considered, and a lengthy discussion about whether to use the everyday tablecloth or the good linen one. "It's just supper, Mum," Verity said for perhaps the 5th time as they kneaded bread dough together. "It's an opportunity." Mum's hands worked the dough with practiced efficiency. "First impressions matter, and while you've already met, that it's still important. He's coming to fix a fence and eat pot roast." "You never know what people notice." Martha shaped her dough into a loaf pan. "When your father courted me, I served him burnt toast the first time he came for dinner. I was so nervous, but he ate it without complaint. That's how I knew he was kind." "That's how you knew he was hungry." Mum swatted her with a flour-dusted hand, but she was smiling. "Mock me all you want, but these things matter. A man wants to know his wife can keep a good home." "I'm not anyone's wife." "Not yet, but maybe after you get to know Adam better." "Mum." "He seems so suitable, and you seemed comfortable with him, which is more than I can say for—" "Well, never mind." Verity didn't need to ask. She knew which previous Christmas setups her mother was thinking of. Daniel, who'd talked endlessly about fishing. Jacob, who'd barely spoken at all. Thomas, who'd tried too hard to impress her and ended up just seeming desperate. Adam had been different from them, she had to admit. More natural, more at ease. But that meant he'd be better company for 3 weeks, not that anything would come of it. The following day was Sunday, which meant their bi-weekly gathering. Verity dressed carefully, aware that the entire community would be watching, noting, speculating about Martha's latest matchmaking attempt. At least all the community members would provide a buffer, 2 hours of worship where no one could ask intrusive questions or make pointed comments. The service was held at the Yoder's farm, Isaac and Anna's place, where Adam and Ruth were staying. As Verity climbed down from her father's buggy, she spotted Adam immediately. He was dressed in his Sunday black suit, looking exactly like every other Amish man there. He caught her looking and smiled, a quick, warm expression that made something flutter unexpectedly in her chest. The women gathered in the house while the men arranged benches in the barn for the service. Verity found herself swept up in a group of women her mother's age, all of whom seemed to have heard about Adam. "Martha tells us Ruth's son is quite something," Mildred said, pouring coffee. "A carpenter by trade?" "Yes, very skilled," Ruth said proudly from across the kitchen. "He built all our furniture in our old home. Beautiful work. He moved here entirely for my sake after my husband passed." Several women made sympathetic noises. Verity felt their eyes slide toward her, assessing, calculating. "And Verity's a midwife," Martha added, as if this were breaking news to women who'd known her since birth. Very successful. She has her own practice in Cedar Grove. How lovely, Anna said. Though Cedar Grove is quite far, isn't it? 2 hours? 2 hours, Martha confirmed, her voice carefully neutral. But Verity comes home for Christmas every year. The implication hung in the air. Verity could come home permanently if properly motivated. Verity excused herself, escaping into the cold December air. The men were in the barn, arranging seating for the service. She spotted Adam on the far side, lifting benches with easy strength. He was laughing at something one of the other men had said, his whole face transforming with genuine amusement. It made him look younger. The service itself was the usual 3 hours. Songs, scripture, sermons from the ministers and bishop. Verity sat with the unmarried women, trying to focus on the German hymns, on the bishop's words about preparation and waiting for God's timing. But she found her attention drifting across the room to where Adam sat with the men. Once she caught him looking at her. He didn't look away immediately, but held her gaze for a moment before returning his attention to the minister. "Stop it," she told herself firmly. "You've done this 10 times. Don't let a handsome face and a nice smile make you lose focus." After the service came the meal, a rotation through the house as tables were set up and food brought out. Verity helped serve, trying to stay busy, but her mother had other plans. "Verity, sit down. You've been working all morning. Sit here. Adam, there's room at this table. Come sit." Verity found herself at a table with Adam directly across from her, their mothers bracketing them on either side like bookends. Several other young people filled out the table, probably also selected by Martha and Ruth for their ability to make polite conversation that would showcase both Adam and Verity in the best light. "So, Adam," one of the young men said, Samuel Zook, who Verity remembered from school. "Ruth says you're looking for land to buy." "Yes, somewhere to build a house for my mother and myself. Somewhere with good soil, room for a workshop." Adam accepted a bowl of chow-chow from Ruth. "I've been looking at a few properties, but nothing's quite right yet." "What are you looking for specifically?" Verity asked, then immediately wished she hadn't. It sounded too interested, too engaged. But Adam turned to her with what seemed like genuine pleasure at the question. "Something with timber, ideally. I work with wood, so having my own source would be practical. And room for a large garden. My mother loves to grow things." "Oh, Adam," Ruth interjected, "tell them about that property near the creek, the one with the old oak trees." Adam's expression shifted, something that might have been discomfort. "It's too expensive, Mother. We need something more practical." "But it was so beautiful." "Beautiful doesn't matter if we can't afford it." There was a tightness to his voice that suggested this was an ongoing argument. Verity recognised it, the same tightness that entered her own voice when Martha pushed too hard about moving home. "There's the Schrock property," Ned offered from down the table. "Old Eli's looking to sell. His sons have moved away and he's getting too old to farm it. Mostly woodland, but there's a cleared area near the road. Might suit you." Adam's attention sharpened. "How much land?" 20 acres, I believe. He might negotiate on price if he likes the buyer." "I'll talk to him this week." Adam glanced at Verity. "Is it near your family's farm?" "About a mile west," Martha answered before Verity could. "Very close, very convenient." The implication was obvious enough that several people at the table smiled knowingly. Adam's ears reddened slightly, but he simply nodded and returned to his meal. Verity felt a pang of sympathy. Being displayed like livestock at auction was uncomfortable regardless of which side you were on. The meal continued with easier conversation, talk of weather, upcoming Christmas preparations, community news. Adam was a good conversationalist, Verity noticed. He asked thoughtful questions, listened attentively, had a dry sense of humour that surfaced in unexpected moments. When someone mentioned the upcoming Christmas play at the schoolhouse, Adam said, "I'm told I need to help build the stage. Apparently my carpentry skills have been volunteered." "By your mother?" Verity asked. "Is there any other kind of volunteering?" He met her eyes with a glint of humour. She laughed before she could stop herself. "I've been volunteered to help with costumes, by mine." A conspiracy of mothers, the most dangerous kind. They shared a smile, and Verity felt that flutter again. Dangerous, she thought. After the meal, people lingered in the usual way, men clustering near the barn, women in the house, young people finding excuses to group together. Verity tried to help clean up, but her mother shooed her outside. "Go, go, get some fresh air. You've been cooped up helping all day." It was a transparent ploy to get her mingling with the young, unmarried people, but Verity went anyway. The alternative was staying inside and enduring more pointed comments from the older women. A group of young people had gathered near the fence, talking and laughing. Verity approached slowly, not quite ready to insert herself into their circle. "Verity!" One of the young women, Sarah Miller, waved her over. "Come, tell these boys that we absolutely need more greenery for the school program. They think the stage can be bare." "The stage should be bare," one of the men argued. "It's about the message, not the decorations." "It's about Christmas," Sarah protested. "Christmas needs decorations." Verity found herself pulled into the debate, which was more light-hearted than serious. She was laughing at something Samuel said when she felt someone step up beside her. Adam, hands in his pockets, listening with an amused expression. "What's your opinion?" Sarah asked him. "As the carpenter building this stage, should it be decorated or plain?" "Decorated," Adam said immediately. "If I have to spend hours building it, it should at least look nice." "Exactly. See? Even the carpenter agrees." The conversation flowed on, easy and warm. Verity found herself acutely aware of Adam beside her. He laughed at the right moments, contributed thoughtful comments, seemed genuinely engaged. Several times she caught him looking at her. Not staring, looking. The way someone might look at something they found interesting. It's an act, she reminded herself. He's interested because that's what young men do when mothers push them together. It doesn't mean anything real. But it felt real. That was the problem. When the group began to break up as families prepared to leave, Adam turned to her. "I'll see you tomorrow? For the fence?" "Yes, tomorrow. For supper as well." "I'm looking forward to it." He said it simply, like a statement of fact. Verity's throat felt oddly tight. "It's only a fence." "It's not only a fence." His eyes held hers. "It's also your mother's pot roast, which I'm told is legendary." She laughed, the tightness easing. "It is very good." "Then I'm definitely looking forward to it." He smiled and then walked away. Verity stood for a moment, watching him go, feeling unsettled in a way she couldn't quite name. "He seems wonderful," her mother said, appearing at her elbow like a summoned spirit. "Don't you think? So polite, so engaging. And the way he looks at you. Mum, please." "I'm observing. I have eyes." Mum took her arm, steering her toward their buggy. "Tomorrow will be lovely. You'll see. It'll be a chance to really talk." Verity let her mother chatter on, only half listening. Her mind was on Adam's smile, the way he'd stood beside her in that group, the warmth in his voice when he said he was looking forward to tomorrow. Pleasing company for 3 weeks, she reminded herself. Chapter 6. The next morning was bitterly cold, and frost clung to Verity's bedroom window, making intricate patterns. She woke early, as always, and lay still for a moment, listening to the house wake around her. Today, Adam would return to work on the fence, stay for supper, spend several hours in close proximity while their mothers watched with poorly concealed hope. Just another day in the annual Christmas charade, except her stomach felt tight with something that wasn't quite dread and wasn't quite anticipation. She dressed quickly, pinned her cap with practiced efficiency, and went downstairs. Mum was already in the kitchen, moving between stove and counter with the focused energy of a general planning a campaign. "Good morning. I've started the pot roast already. It needs hours to get really tender. And I'm making the potato dish and green beans with bacon and fresh rolls and—" "Mum, you're making enough food for 20 people. I want everything to be perfect. First impressions matter." "He's already met us. This isn't a first impression. It's the first proper meal. That's different." Martha pulled out her good mixing bowl. "Now, I need you to gather eggs, feed the alpacas with your father, and then— Oh, you should change before Adam arrives. Wear your green dress, the one that brings out your eyes." "I'm helping with farm chores. I'll wear what I'm wearing. But if Adam's going to be working on a fence, he'll hardly expect me to be dressed for a social call." Mum looked like she wanted to argue, but Dat's footsteps on the stairs distracted her. She turned her attention to breakfast instead, muttering about stubborn daughters and missed opportunities. After breakfast, Verity escaped to the barn with her father, grateful for the cold air and honest work. The alpacas greeted them with their usual warbling calls, pushing against the fence to investigate whether anyone had brought treats. "Your mother's been cooking since 5, Ned said mildly, distributing hay. "I noticed." "She has high hopes for today." "She has high hopes every year." Dad glanced at her, his expression unreadable in the dim barn light. "And every year you leave." It wasn't a question or an accusation. It was an observation. But something in Verity bristled anyway. "I have a life in Cedar Grove. Women are depending on me. I can't abandon my practice, my friends, and my life because Mum finds another suitable bachelor." "I know that. Your mother knows that too, deep down." He scratched Felicity behind the ears. "But hope's a powerful thing, hard to let go of, even when reality keeps proving it wrong." Verity didn't know what to say to that, so she said nothing. They chatted about other things until the sound of a wagon on the gravel drive made her pulse jump unexpectedly. "That'll be him," Dad said. Verity forced herself to continue filling water buckets, to not rush to the barn door like an eager girl. She heard Martha's delighted greeting, Ruth's warm response, Adam's lower voice saying something that made both mothers laugh. "Better go say hello," Dad said, "before your mother sends out a search party." Verity set down the bucket and walked out into the bright morning. Adam was unloading supplies from his wagon, a new fence post, bags of concrete mix, tools. He dressed for work in older clothes, his coat worn at the elbows, his boots practical and scuffed. He looked up as she approached, and that smile appeared, the one that seemed to reach his eyes and make them crinkle at the corners. "Good morning." "Good morning." Verity wiped her hands on her apron, suddenly aware that she probably smelled like alpaca. "You brought everything?" "Everything I need." He hefted the post easily. "Where's your father? I'll need help getting this set properly." "I can help," Verity heard herself say. Adam's eyebrows rose slightly. "It's heavy work." "I've been doing farm work my whole life. I can handle heavy." "All right then, I'd be grateful for the help." Mum appeared at the house door, looking slightly alarmed. "Verity, you don't need to. I'm sure your father can—" Dad's feeding the alpacas. I'm free. Verity was already moving toward the back pasture, not giving her mother a chance to manufacture some reason she should be in the house instead. Adam grabbed the concrete mix and his toolbox, following her. Behind them, Verity heard Martha say to Ruth in an undertone, "Well, at least they'll be working together. That's something." She hoped Adam didn't hear. The walk to the fence line was quiet. Verity was acutely aware of Adam beside her, of his easy stride, of the way he carried the heavy supplies without effort. "Your mother seems enthusiastic about this supper," he said after a moment. "That's one word for it." "Mine's the same. She's been planning conversation topics since yesterday." He glanced at her with that hint of humour. "I've been instructed to ask about your work, your interests, your favourite foods, and your thoughts on family size." Verity stopped walking. She didn't. She absolutely did. Also, whether I prefer summer or winter weddings, though she tried to be subtle about that one. Despite herself, Verity laughed. "Mum made me promise to ask about your plans for the future, your hopes and dreams, and whether you'd ever consider living somewhere other than here. So we're both being coached." "Extensively." They reached the fence. Adam set down his supplies and examined the damaged post, running his hands over the rotted wood with professional attention. "This is worse than I thought," he said. "The rot's gone deeper. I'll need to dig out more of the base." He pulled out a spade from his toolbox. "This is going to take a while." "I have time." He looked at her for a moment, something unreadable in his expression. Then he nodded and started digging. Verity held the old post steady as Adam worked to free it from the frozen ground. It was hard work. The earth was stubborn, the post heavy and awkward. But there was something satisfying about the physical labour, the problem-solving, the teamwork required to wrestle the damaged post free. When it finally came loose, they both stumbled backward slightly, laughing at their shared off-balance moment. "Got it," Adam said, breathing hard from exertion. "That was uglier than I expected." The rot always goes deeper than you can see from the surface. He was examining the hole, measuring depth with practiced eyes. That's true of most problems, actually. Philosophical carpentry. The best kind. He started mixing concrete in a bucket, adding water carefully. "So, midwifing. Do you love it?" My question, not my mother's." The question surprised her with its directness. Most people asked about the work itself. How many births? What were the challenges? Wasn't it difficult? They didn't ask if she loved it. "Yes," she said simply. "I love it." "What do you love about it?" Verity watched him work as she considered her answer. "Being present for something sacred, helping women through their most vulnerable moments, catching a baby as it enters the world. There's nothing else like it. Every birth is a miracle, even when it's routine." Adam glanced up at her, and something in his expression had shifted, softened. "You light up when you talk about it." "Do I?" "Your whole face changes, like the work isn't just a job, it's who you are." The observation felt too intimate, too seeing. Verity looked away, focusing on the fence line. "What about you? Carpentry. Is it who you are?" "I think so." He positioned the new post in the hole, checking it for level. "Hold this steady?" Verity moved to brace the post while Adam began pouring concrete around the base. They worked in focused silence for a few minutes, adjusting and checking until the post was perfectly vertical. "There," Adam said with satisfaction. "Now we wait for it to set." They stepped back, surveying their work. The new post stood strong and straight, a sharp contrast to the rotted piece lying discarded nearby. "Coffee?" Verity asked. "Coffee sounds good." They walked back toward the house. "Can I ask you something?" Adam said. "All right." Your mother said you come home every Christmas, but you have a practice in Cedar Grove. Don't your women need you? What if someone goes into labour while you're away?" It was a fair question, one Verity had answered before. But the way Adam asked it felt different, genuinely curious rather than challenging. "I plan for it. I work with 2 other midwives, and in December I hand off my expected mothers to one of the others. I tell every woman at the start that I won't be available in December, so they know from the beginning. Some choose other midwives because of it. But you keep doing it, coming home for Christmas. Family matters." She said it simply, though the truth was more complicated. "I look forward to seeing them." They'd reached the house. Through the window, Verity could see Martha and Ruth in the kitchen, heads together, clearly deep in conversation. Probably comparing notes on how the fence work was going. "Your mother and mine seem to be getting along well," Adam observed. "They're old friends." "And co-conspirators." Adam laughed. "That's one way to put it. My mother's been unusually happy since we moved here. I think having Martha nearby again is good for her." "Mum's the same. She's been lonely since—" Verity paused. "Since I moved to Cedar Grove. My sisters are married, busy with their own families. I think she misses having daughters around." "Do you ever think about moving back?" The question was casual, but Verity felt the weight behind it. This was the question they all asked, eventually, the one that revealed what they really wanted to know. Was there a chance? "I have a life in Cedar Grove," she said carefully. "My practice, my community, women depending on me." "But you could practice here too, couldn't you? There must be women here who need midwives." "There are, but I've built something there. Starting over would mean—" She trailed off. How to explain that going backward felt like failure, that she'd worked too hard for independence to give it up? "It's complicated." "I understand complicated." Adam's voice was warm, understanding. "My mother wants me settled here, but finding the right land, building a house, establishing a business, it all takes time." "Exactly. Time and planning." Verity felt relieved that he understood, that he wasn't pushing. "But worth it in the end, building something that's yours." "Yes, exactly that." They shared a smile, and Verity felt that flutter again. He understood, he got it, the need for independence, for building your own life. Maybe that's why he seemed different from the others. He wasn't only interested in her as a potential wife, he was interested in her as a person with her own goals and dreams. "That's what makes him dangerous," a small voice warned. "When they seem to understand, that's when you start believing it might work." Verity pushed the thought away and opened the door. Immediately, both mothers descended like cheerful birds of prey. "How was the fence? Is it fixed? Come, sit. I've made coffee and cinnamon rolls, fresh from the oven." "It needs time to set," Adam said, accepting the coffee Martha pressed into his hands. "But it should be solid by tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Then you'll have to come back to check it," Martha beamed. "And perhaps stay for lunch tomorrow?" "Mum." "What? It's practical. He'll be here anyway." Ruth nodded enthusiastically. "It would be silly to come all this way and not stay for a meal." "If it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all." Martha was already mentally planning the meal, Verity could tell. They sat at the table, and Verity found herself hyper-aware of Adam's presence beside her. The way he held his coffee cup, the sound of his voice, the warmth radiating from him in the small space. "So, Adam," Mum said, settling in with her own coffee, "Verity was just telling me about a difficult birth she attended last month. Such dramatic work. Tell him, Verity. Tell him about the breech baby." Verity felt her cheeks heat. She didn't usually share her work stories with near strangers, but Adam was looking at her with genuine interest, leaning slightly forward. "It's not that dramatic." "Of course it is. Life and death, mothers and babies, very dramatic. I'd like to hear about it, Adam said, if you're willing to share. No, sorry, it's too confronting for anyone to hear. Definitely not coffee conversation. It sounds like you have to be completely present in your job, he said. No room for distraction or doubt. It's a huge responsibility. Exactly. In those moments, nothing else exists except the mother and the baby and what needs to happen next. That's how I feel with difficult carpentry work, when you're so focused that everything else falls away. He smiled. Though the stakes are much lower with furniture, it's not life or death. I don't know. I've seen people very upset about wobbly tables, Verity said. He laughed and Verity smiled. But seriously, Adam continued, what you do, bringing life into the world, helping women through that, it's important work, sacred work. The word sacred made something in Verity's chest tighten. Most people said midwifing was nice or useful or impressive. They didn't call it sacred, but she knew that's what God wanted her to do. He worked through her hands. Thank you, she said quietly. Their eyes met and held, and for a moment the kitchen seemed to fade. The mother's eager watching, the ticking clock, everything except the connection between them. Then Ruth cleared her throat delicately, and the moment broke. More coffee, anyone? Mum asked brightly. After more coffee, the conversation shifted to lighter topics, the weather, Christmas preparations, community news. But Verity remained aware of Adam beside her, of the way he seemed genuinely engaged in everything being discussed, of how his presence somehow made the kitchen feel warmer, more alive. This is how it happens, Verity thought. This is how they draw you in. Genuine interest, thoughtful questions, moments of connection that feel real even when they're not. Except it felt real. That was the problem. After coffee, Adam announced he should check the fence one more time before the concrete set completely. Verity offered to show him the way back, ignoring Mum's too pleased expression. On the way, Adam said, "Your mother's very proud of you." "She is, though she'd be prouder if I were married with children." "Would she? Or does she worry you're lonely?" The question surprised Verity. "I'm not lonely. I have my work, my community. I know, but parents worry anyway. My mother's the same, convinced I'll be miserable alone, even though I'm perfectly content." So he wasn't looking to get married either. Verity felt an unexpected twinge of something. Disappointment? Which was ridiculous. She didn't want him looking for a wife. That would only make things more complicated. They reached the fence. Adam checked the post, running his hands over it professionally. "Solid," he pronounced. "This should hold for years once it sets." "Good. Thank you for fixing it." "My pleasure." He straightened, brushing concrete dust from his hands. "And thank you for the help, and the coffee, and the conversation." "You're welcome." They stood for a moment, neither quite ready to walk back yet. "I meant what I said," Adam said quietly, "about your work being sacred. I can tell you're good at it." "How can you tell?" "The way you talk about it, the way your whole face changes." He smiled. "It's good to see someone who loves what they do." Verity's throat felt tight. "What about you? Do you love carpentry?" "I do. Working with wood, creating something useful and beautiful, there's satisfaction in that, in knowing your hands made something that will last." She nodded. "That will hold families, shelter them." "Exactly." His eyes crinkled. "We're not so different, you and I, both making things, helping people, finding purpose in our work." "We're not so different." The words echoed in Verity's mind as they walked back to the house. That was the danger, she realised. Not that Adam was charming or handsome, but that he seemed to understand her in a way the others hadn't, that he saw her as more than merely a potential wife. At the house, Adam helped his mother into their buggy, while Verity stood with Martha on the porch. "See you tomorrow for dinner," Ruth called cheerfully. "We'll be here at 5, Martha called back. Adam climbed into the buggy, then turned back to look at Verity. "Thank you for today. I enjoyed it." "So did I," she admitted. His smile was warm, genuine. "Good. See you tomorrow, Verity." She watched the buggy roll down the drive, watched until it disappeared around the bend. "Well," Martha said, practically glowing, "that went wonderfully. Did you see how he looked at you? And the way you two talked, like you've known each other for years instead of days." "Mum, please don't start." "I'm not starting anything. He's clearly taken with you, and you smiled more today than you have in years." "I smiled?" "Constantly, every time he spoke." "Oh, Verity, I have such a good feeling about this one." Verity let her mother chatter on as they went inside. She helped prepare dinner, set the table, went through the motions of the evening routine. Throughout the evening, her mind was on Adam. But doubt had crept in. Small, persistent, dangerous doubt. What if he really was different? What if, this year, Mum was right? No, Verity shook her head firmly, scrubbing a pot with unnecessary force. No, she knew how this worked. She'd lived it 10 times. Adam Byler would be no different. Chapter 7. The supper had been exactly what Verity expected, and somehow more. Mum had outdone herself. The pot roast was tender enough to cut with a fork, the potatoes creamy and rich, the green beans perfectly seasoned. The good dishes were out, the good tablecloth, candles lit despite it being a weeknight. The kitchen glowed warm and golden, and both mothers presided over the meal with barely suppressed triumph. "This is delicious, Martha," Ruth said for the 3rd time. "You must give me the recipe for these potatoes." "Oh, it's simple really. Just cream and butter and, well, I'll write it down for you. Verity knows it by heart, don't you, Verity?" "I know it," Verity confirmed, serving herself more green beans to have something to do with her hands. Across the table, Adam was listening to Ned talk about the Schrock property, acreage, timber quality, water access. He asked intelligent questions, nodded at the right moments, seemed genuinely engaged. Every so often his eyes would drift to Verity, catch hers, and he'd smile slightly before returning his attention to Ned. Verity smiled back each time. It was easy enough. He was easy to look at, easy company. This part was never difficult, the beginning, when everything was still light and uncomplicated. "Adam," Ruth said during a lull in conversation, "tell them about the commission you just finished before we came here, the dining set for the Millers." "Mother." "No, tell them. It was beautiful work." Adam's ears reddened slightly, but he obliged. "The Millers needed a table and 8 chairs, cherry wood, traditional joinery. It took about 3 months. "He's being modest," Ruth said proudly. "They said it was the finest furniture they'd ever owned, and he carved their family name into the underside of the table, a surprise for them." "That's a lovely touch," Martha said, beaming at Adam. "So thoughtful." "It's not just carpentry," Verity said, because it was the kind of thing that would make him feel appreciated, understood. It's creating something that will hold a family, that they'll gather around for years, make memories around. That matters. Adam's eyes met hers, and his whole face lit up. "Thank you. Yes, that's exactly how I think about it." "Perfect." Verity let the moment linger long enough, then smiled and turned her attention back to her meal. Not too much, not too eager. Just enough interest to keep him engaged. She'd done this enough times to know the rhythm. After dinner, while their mothers insisted on cleaning up alone, Verity found herself in the front room with Adam, sitting in chairs positioned by the fire that Martha had clearly arranged for maximum romantic potential. The silence stretched for a moment. Then Adam said, "I think our mothers are in the kitchen right now planning our wedding." Verity laughed. "Probably discussing how many grandchildren they want." "At least 6. My mother's been very specific about that." 6? That's ambitious. "She says she wants a big family around her in her old age, lots of noise and life." His voice softened. "I think she's lonely. Since my father died, she needs something to hope for." There it was, the vulnerability, the opening up, right on schedule. They always did this, shared something personal to create intimacy, to show they trusted her. Plus, bringing up marriage at just the right time. "I'm sorry about your father," Verity said with genuine sympathy. "That must have been very difficult." "It was. Heart attack. Very sudden." Adam stared into the fire. "That's why we moved here. My mother needed a fresh start, away from all the memories." "And you came with her. That's good of you." "She's my mother. What else would I do?" He said it simply, matter of fact. Devoted son, good provider, thoughtful, willing to sacrifice for family. Mum had chosen well this year. Adam was genuinely a good man. Verity had nothing against him. He'd make someone a wonderful husband someday. Just not her. "What about you?" Adam asked, turning from the fire to look at her. "Your mother said you left home at 20. That must have been hard." "It was necessary. I wanted to be a midwife, and the best training was in Cedar Grove." Verity kept her tone easy, conversational. "I apprenticed there for 3 years, then joined the practice." "Did your mother want you to stay?" "Of course, but I had my own path to follow." Adam nodded slowly, and Verity could see him processing this, trying to understand her. "Do you ever miss it, being close to family?" Here it came, the careful probing about whether she'd consider coming back, whether her career in Cedar Grove was negotiable. "I visit every Christmas," Verity said. Still, Adam leaned forward slightly, his attention focused entirely on her. "If circumstances changed, if there were reasons to be here more often, would you consider it?" Perfect. Exactly the question she'd been expecting. Time to leave the door open enough to keep him interested without actually committing to anything. Verity met his eyes and let herself pause, as if considering seriously. Maybe, for the right reasons. Adam's entire face transformed, hope lighting up his expression like sunrise. "That's good to know. That's really good to know." Got him. Verity felt the familiar satisfaction of a conversation going exactly as planned. He thought he had a chance now. He'd spend the next few weeks courting her properly, getting more invested, imagining a future. And she'd let him, because it kept everyone happy and made Christmas easy. "Tell me about your work," Adam said, settling back like he was prepared to listen for hours. "What's a typical day like?" Verity obliged, describing her routine, the unpredictable hours, the middle-of-the-night calls, the variety of births she attended. Adam listened with what seemed like genuine fascination, asking thoughtful questions. "It sounds demanding," he said. "Do you ever want something more predictable, more stable?" "The unpredictability is part of what I love about it. Every birth is different. Every mother's journey is unique. I could never do something routine." She watched his reaction carefully. "Some men find that difficult to accept, that I'm not available on a regular schedule. Any man who couldn't accept your calling wouldn't deserve you." Oh, he was very good, saying exactly the right thing, showing understanding and support. They always did at this stage, before reality set in. That's kind of you to say. I mean it. Adam's voice was earnest. My mother gave up teaching when she married my father. She was happy, but I always wondered what she might have been if she'd followed her own path. I wouldn't want to be the reason someone gave up their purpose. She could have kept teaching, but my father didn't want her to. Verity had a pang, not of doubt, but of sympathy. Adam really was a good man. When she left after Christmas, he'd be disappointed, but he'd recover. They always did. And eventually he'd find someone who actually wanted the life he could offer. You'd be a rare man then, she said. Most expect wives to adjust their lives, not the other way around. Then most men are short-sighted. They talked for another 20 minutes, easy conversation about work and family and life. Adam was engaging, thoughtful, made her laugh more than once. This was the good part, before things got complicated, before he started making actual plans and she had to start pulling away. For now, she would enjoy a little Christmas romance. It was harmless enough. Can I ask you something? Adam said. Of course. Why haven't you married? Surely you've had opportunities. Verity had answered this question many times. My work doesn't leave room for it. Babies don't arrive on convenient schedules. I can't be on call for births and also be available for a husband's needs. It's simpler this way. But what if someone understood that? What if they didn't need you to be available all the time? Everyone says that at first. Verity kept her voice gentle. But eventually they realise what it actually means. Missing dinners, being gone for days during difficult labours, exhaustion, irregular hours. It's one thing to accept in theory, another to live with. Have you tried to make it work with someone? No, not so far, Verity admitted. Adam was quiet for a moment, studying her. You're very certain about what you want. I've had years to be certain. He paused, seeming to search for words. That's admirable, actually, knowing yourself that well. A lot of people spend their whole lives uncertain of all kinds of things. Verity felt pleased despite herself. See, this was why Adam was better than the others. He appreciated her clarity instead of seeing it as a challenge to overcome. What about you? She asked. Why aren't you married? Marriage has always seemed like, he shrugged, like something for later, when life was more settled. And now? Now I'm starting to think maybe I've been putting it off too long. Mother's not getting younger, and she deserves to see me settled. Adam looked at Verity directly. Deserves to have grandchildren while she's still here to enjoy them. So he was being pushed into this by his mother's mortality, the same as she was being pushed by Mum's matchmaking. They were both here out of duty to their parents. The thought should have created connection, but instead Verity felt the familiar pattern settling into place. Duty-driven young man meets accomplished daughter, mothers conspire, hope blooms, reality intrudes, everyone moves on. Tale as old as time. Your mother seems wonderful, Verity said. I'm glad she has you. And your mother is blessed to have you come home every Christmas, Adam smiled. They shared a comfortable silence watching the fire. From the kitchen came the sound of laughter, Martha and Ruth clearly enjoying their conspiracy. They're happy, Adam observed. They are. They get along well together. The evening wound down with Martha calling them back for coffee and pie, more conversation around the kitchen table, more barely concealed hope from both mothers. When Adam and Ruth finally prepared to leave, the goodbyes were warm and full of promises to see each other again soon. At the door, Adam turned back to Verity. There's a planning meeting for the Christmas play in a few days, at the schoolhouse. Will you be there? Yes, I will. He smiled. Then I'll see you there. I've been volunteered to build the stage. Ah, yes, you mentioned that. I've been volunteered to help with costumes. Our mothers are very good at volunteering us. The best. Adam held her gaze for a moment longer than necessary. Good night, Verity. Thank you for tonight. Good night. He helped his mother into the buggy, climbed up beside her, and then the buggy disappeared into the night. Mum appeared at Verity's elbow almost immediately. Well, what do you think now? He's nice, Mum. He's okay company. Okay? He's wonderful. Did you see how he looked at you? How he listened to everything you said? Martha's eyes shone with hope. Oh, Verity, I think this is it. This is finally it. Verity felt the familiar guilt. Her mother was so happy, so certain. And in 3 weeks, Verity would disappoint her again. But for now, why not let Martha have her hope? It wasn't hurting anyone. It's possible, Mum, Verity said. We're getting to know each other. But you like him, Yes, we have good conversations. See, that's important. That's how it starts. Mum squeezed her arm. Give him a chance, a real chance. That's what I'm doing. But it was enough. Martha beamed and went inside, already planning the next opportunity to push them together. Verity stood on the porch a moment longer, watching the snow fall. The evening had gone well. Adam was falling for her right on schedule. Interested, hopeful, already imagining possibilities. And she'd managed it all perfectly, showing just enough interest to keep him engaged without revealing that she had no intention of staying. 3 more weeks of this. Suppers, easy conversations, a little Christmas romance to keep everyone happy. Chapter 8. The days between dinner and the Christmas play planning meeting passed in the usual December rhythm. Verity helped her mother with baking, spent time with the alpacas, visited briefly with her married sisters who lived nearby, and made pointed comments about how nice Adam seemed, and wasn't it time Verity thought about settling down? She deflected with practised ease. On the morning of the planning meeting, Mum was up early, fussing over Verity's appearance. Wear the green dress, it brings out your eyes. Mum, I'm going to a planning meeting, not a social event. It's the same kind of thing, and Adam will be there. Adam will be building a stage. I doubt he'll notice what I'm wearing. Men always notice. Mum pulled out the green dress anyway. And there's nothing wrong with looking your best. Verity gave in because it was easier than arguing. The green dress was practical enough, warm and modest. If it happened to fit well and bring out the colour of her eyes, that was merely a benefit. The ride to the schoolhouse took them through the heart of town, where the English had transformed Main Street into a Christmas wonderland. Red and green garlands stretched across the street from pole to pole, and every storefront glowed with lights. Verity watched a cluster of children standing with their parents outside a department store, their faces turned up in wonder at the window display. It was a miniature train that chugged around a tiny snow-covered village, complete with Santa waving from the sleigh. The English hardware store had strung white lights around every window, making the whole building shimmer like ice. Next door, the bakery had decorated their window with gingerbread houses so elaborate they looked like they belonged in a fairy tale. More families stood admiring them, children pressing their mittened hands against the glass. 2 of the children were talking about the candy cane fences and gumdrop trees. The English do love their decorations, Martha said as they drove past a young couple lifting their toddler up to see the mechanical elves in the toy store window. The child's squeal of delight carried through the cold air. Ned guided the buggy carefully through the busy street. English shoppers hurried past with armloads of wrapped packages, and the Salvation Army bell ringer on the corner called out, "Merry Christmas!" to everyone who passed. Even the Amish-owned businesses had made small concessions to the season. The quilt shop had hung a simple evergreen wreath on their door, and Stoltzfus Furniture had arranged a beautiful wooden nativity set in their window. No lights or glitter, just expertly carved figures that drew admirers from both communities. As they passed the town square, Verity could see the enormous Christmas tree, at least 20 feet tall, covered in thousands of twinkling lights and crowned with a golden star. A group of carolers stood beside it, their voices carrying across the square. "Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright." The schoolhouse stood at the edge of town, a simple white building that served the Amish community. But even here the Christmas spirit was evident. Someone had placed pine boughs around the doorway, and through the windows Verity could see paper chains made by the children, red and green construction paper loops that stretched from corner to corner. Horses and buggies already filled the small parking area. The Fishers were just arriving, their 5 children tumbling out of their buggy like excited puppies, the youngest clutching a paper angel she'd made for the program. "I get to be a shepherd," the Fisher boy announced to anyone who would listen. "I'm going to have a real stick and everything." The schoolhouse was already bustling when Verity, Ned and Martha walked in. The contrast with the glittering English decorations in town was stark. Here, everything was simple and handmade. Paper stars cut by childish hands decorated the walls. A nativity scene made from corn husks sat on the teacher's desk. Pine garlands, gathered from the woods behind the school, hung along the blackboard. Several families had gathered, young people mostly, those without small children at home, volunteered by their mothers to handle the planning and execution of the Christmas play. The room buzzed with conversations, discussions about costume fabric and shepherd's crooks, debates over which children should recite which Bible verses. Near the window, a group of teenage girls worked on sorting through boxes of costume pieces from previous years, holding up faded angel wings and shepherd robes that had seen better days. Verity saw Adam in the corner with several other men, measuring the space where the stage would go. They had lumber stacked against the wall, and someone had already begun sketching out the dimensions on the floor with chalk. The stage would need to be sturdy enough to hold 20 excited children, yet simple enough to dismantle after the program. He looked up as she entered, and his face brightened immediately. He said something to the men around him, Samuel Lapp and the Miller brothers, and made his way over, weaving through the clusters of chattering families and avoiding a practice run-through of "Away in a Manger" by the younger children. "Good to see you all," Adam said. "Adam," Mum said, "it's so good of you to help with this. The children will be so excited to have a proper stage this year. Verity's here to work on costumes. You two will probably need to coordinate, make sure the stage fits the needs of the program." "No, I wouldn't be any help at all," Verity blurted out. Adam's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Your mother's right. We should coordinate. Can't have costumes that don't fit the staging." "I'm sure we'll manage," Verity said. "Still, better to check in regularly, compare notes." He was trying not to smile. Very important to compare notes. Despite herself, Verity felt her lips twitch. Very important. Mum looked between them, clearly delighted by this exchange, then spotted Ruth across the room and hurried off to conspire, while Ned found some of his friends in the corner. "Your mother's subtle," Adam observed, "as a thunderstorm." Verity looked around the busy schoolhouse. "Where do you need me?" "Honestly, I could use your opinion on the stage dimensions. Sarah Miller is organising the program and she has very specific ideas about how much space she needs, but I need to make sure it's structurally sound." He gestured toward where Sarah was talking with several other young women, gesturing dramatically. "She wants it 3 feet high." 3 feet? That's very high for a school program. That's what I said, but she insists the children need to be properly visible. The children are already properly visible. They're children, not ants. Adam laughed. "Would you tell her that? She might listen to you." They made their way to Sarah, who was indeed describing an elaborate vision involving multiple levels, curtains, and what sounded like stage machinery beyond anything reasonable for a simple Christmas play. "Sarah," Verity said gently, "that sounds beautiful, but maybe we should keep it simpler? For the children's safety?" "But it needs to be special, memorable." Sarah's eyes shone with theatrical ambition. "This is Christmas." "It will be special because the children are performing," Verity said, "not because of how high the stage is." After 15 minutes of negotiation, they settled on a modest 18-inch platform, high enough to be visible, low enough to be safe. Sarah agreed with reluctant grace and swept off to organise the costume committee. "Thank you," Adam said. "I've been trying to talk her down from 3 feet for 2 days. She means well. She gets carried away." "Like our mothers?" "Exactly like our mothers." They shared a smile, and Verity felt that familiar ease between them. This was the pleasant part, the comfortable companionship, the shared humour about their situation. She could enjoy this. Adam returned to his measurements and planning, while Verity joined the costume committee. But throughout the afternoon, she found herself aware of where he was in the room, catching his eye occasionally across the bustling space. Each time he'd smile, and she'd smile back. It was easy, comfortable, exactly what these weeks were supposed to be. After an hour of planning, Sarah declared they needed to test the stage dimensions with actual children. "Someone go find the Yoda children. They're playing outside." Several people headed out, and within minutes a group of children tumbled in, rosy-cheeked and energetic. Among them was little Emma Yoda, about 6 years old, who immediately spotted Adam and ran to him. "Adam, are you building something?" "A stage for the Christmas play." He crouched down to her level. "Want to help me measure?" Emma nodded enthusiastically, and Adam patiently showed her how to hold the measuring tape. Verity watched from across the room, something catching in her chest at the sight of this tall, capable man being so gentle with the small child. He'd make a good father some day. For someone else. Some woman who wanted that life. The thought didn't bother her. Why would it? She'd made her choice years ago. "He's wonderful with children," Ruth said, appearing at Verity's elbow. "Always has been. Even when he was young himself, the little ones loved him." "He's very patient." "He'll make a wonderful father." Ruth's voice was wistful. "I hope I'm here to see it, to hold my grandchildren." There was something in Ruth's voice, not quite sadness, but a weight. Verity looked at her more closely and saw the tiredness in her face, the slight tremor in her hands. "Are you well, Ruth?" "Oh, I'm fine, dear. Just getting older, that's all." Ruth smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "The doctor says I need to rest more, take things easy. But how can I rest when there's so much living to do?" Before Verity could respond, there was a commotion from the stage area. Emma had climbed up on the partially constructed platform and was teetering on the edge, giggling. Adam moved fast, catching her before she could fall, swinging her down safely. "Whoa there, we haven't tested if it's safe yet." Emma laughed, completely unaware of the danger, and Adam held her securely, checking her over to make sure she wasn't hurt. I'm fine. Do it again." Maybe we wait until it's actually finished, Adam set her down gently. Go help Miss Sarah with the costumes. Emma scampered off, and Adam straightened, running a hand through his hair. Then he smiled, shaking his head at the near miss, and returned to his work. But Verity's mind was turning over what she'd witnessed. Adam's instant reaction, the sureness of his movements, the way he'd checked Emma over to make sure she was unharmed. The protective instinct was so natural to him. The afternoon wore on. Plans solidified, committees formed, responsibilities divided. Verity found herself working with a group of women sorting through fabric for costumes, and was surprised to realise she was enjoying herself. There was something satisfying about the communal work, the shared purpose. This was what she'd left behind when she moved to Cedar Grove. Not only her family, but this, the community gatherings, the collective effort towards something simple and good. She pushed the thought away. Cedar Grove had community too, but she didn't have the time to participate in things like this. As the meeting broke up, Adam appeared at Verity's side. Walk you to your buggy? I came with Mum. Then walk you to your mother? Verity glanced around and saw Martha deep in conversation with Ruth and several other women, clearly not ready to leave yet. All right. They stepped outside into the cold afternoon. The sun was already low, winter days so short this time of year. Other families were dispersing, calling to children, loading into buggies. That went well, Adam said. It did. Your stage design is solid. Thank you for helping with Sarah. She's enthusiastic. Adam laughed and they stood for a moment, watching the activity around them. Can I ask you something? Adam said. All right. How many children would you want in an ideal world? The question caught Verity off guard, but she recovered quickly. This was the kind of question they always asked, trying to see if their visions of the future aligned. She thought fast. Adam had mentioned his mother wanting at least 6 grandchildren. Ruth came from a generation that valued large families. Adam would want the same. 6 or more, Verity said, keeping her voice warm and sincere. A full house, lots of noise and life. That sounds wonderful. Adam's whole face lit up. Really? That's exactly what I want. A big family, children everywhere. My mother always said a house isn't truly a home until it's full of children's laughter. Your mother's right. She watched the hope bloom in his expression, the way his smile grew wider. He was imagining it now. Her, pregnant, babies, a house full of children, 6 or more. What she didn't say, at her age, 6 children was nearly impossible. Even if she started immediately, even if every pregnancy went perfectly, the math didn't work. Her prime childbearing years were already behind her. 6 would require starting in her 20s, not in her 30s. But Adam didn't need to know that. He'd figure it out himself eventually, after Christmas, when she was gone, when he found someone younger who could actually give him the large family he wanted. For now, let him have his hope. It wasn't hurting anyone. You'll make a wonderful father, she said, and meant it. Patient, kind. Those children will be blessed. And you'll make a wonderful mother. His voice was soft. I can see it. The way you talk about the babies you deliver. There's so much love there. Verity smiled and said nothing. Let him think what he wanted. I'm glad we want the same things, Adam said. That's important. Building a life together means wanting the same future. It is important, Verity agreed, even as she thought, we don't want the same things at all. You simply don't know it yet. Before the conversation could continue, there was a crash from inside the schoolhouse. Something falling, wood splintering, a scream. Adam and Verity rushed back inside to find chaos. The partially constructed stage had collapsed on one side, and Ruth was on the ground beside it, clutching her arm, her face white with pain. "Ma!" Adam was at her side in an instant, dropping to his knees beside her. "I'm fine, Ruth's voice was tight, breathless. "I felt dizzy and reached for the stage to steady myself, and it gave way." Verity was already moving forward, her training taking over. She could see immediately that Ruth's arm was wrong, the angle, the way she was holding it. "Ruth, I need to look at your arm," she said, keeping her voice calm and steady. "May I?" Ruth nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks. Verity knelt beside her, gently examining the arm, while Adam hovered close, his face drawn tight with worry. Broken, definitely broken. And from the way Ruth was breathing, shallow, too fast, she was either in shock or there was something else wrong. "It's broken," Verity said quietly to Adam. "We need to get her to the doctor, now." "I'll bring the buggy around." "I'll come with you," Verity said. "She needs someone to keep her calm and still during the ride." She turned her attention back to Ruth. "We're going to get you help," Verity said, taking Ruth's good hand. "But first we need to keep this arm as still as possible. Does anyone have fabric we can use?" Several women rushed forward with aprons, scarves, anything that could serve as makeshift bandaging. Verity worked quickly but carefully, immobilizing Ruth's arm as best she could while speaking in low, steady tones. "You're doing wonderfully. Breathe. Slow breaths. That's it." "I'm sorry," Ruth kept saying, her voice weak. "I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I felt so dizzy." "Don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Dizzy spells happen." But Verity was thinking about what Ruth had said earlier, about the doctor telling her to rest, to take things easy. This wasn't a random dizzy spell. Adam returned, and together with Ned, who had appeared from outside, they carefully lifted Ruth and carried her to the buggy. Verity climbed in beside her, supporting her shoulders, keeping the injured arm stable. "I'll follow in our buggy," Mum called out, already moving toward her buggy. Adam clicked to the horse, moving it forward. The ride to the small local hospital was 20 minutes. Ruth tried to be brave, but pain and shock were taking their toll. Her face was grey, her breathing laboured. Verity and Ruth were in the back seat, and Verity talked to her steadily, the way she talked to labouring mothers, keeping her focused, keeping her present, not letting her slip too far into the pain. "Tell me about Adam when he was a boy. What was he like?" Ruth's eyes fluttered. Serious, so serious, even as a child, always trying to take care of everyone. "Like father, like son, then." His father was the same. Good men, both of them. Ruth's voice caught. "I miss him so much, every day." I know you do." "Verity, come closer. I need to tell you something." Verity leaned closer and Ruth whispered, "Adam needs a wife. He needs someone to share the load, someone strong." "Ruth, save your strength. Promise me." Ruth's grip on Verity's hand tightened despite her pain. "Promise me you'll take care of him. When I'm gone, he'll need someone." Verity's throat tightened and she whispered back, "You're not going anywhere. We're getting you help right now. But promise me anyway, please." What could Verity say? Ruth was in pain, frightened, possibly in shock. Arguing would only distress her more. "I promise that I'll help find him someone," Verity whispered. Ruth's face relaxed slightly, some of the tension leaving her. "You don't need to go looking for someone. You're perfect for him." Verity said nothing, just held Ruth's hand and kept her as still as possible while the buggy rattled over the frozen road. They reached the hospital and the next hour was organised chaos. The doctor, an elderly Englisher who'd served the Amish community for 40 years, took one look at Ruth and immediately took charge. "Broken radius, possibly ulnar as well. We'll need to set it." He looked at Adam. You should wait outside." "I'm staying," Adam said firmly. "Son, I'm staying with my mother," he pointed to Verity. "She's a midwife." The doctor pointed at Verity. "You look like you've got a steady hand. Ever assist with a bone setting?" "I've delivered breech babies and twins. I can handle a bone setting." "Good. Let's get to work. I'm short on staff today. We'll get an X-ray and then we'll get started." Chapter 9. The next hours tested Verity's composure. Setting bones was different from delivering babies, but the principles were the same. Stay calm, move with purpose, don't let the patient see your fear. Ruth dried out when they set the bone, and Adam's face went white, but he held his mother's good hand and murmured reassurances, while Verity helped with the splinting. When it was finally done, Ruth was given something for the pain and lay back exhausted, her arm properly splintered and immobilised. The doctor pulled Adam aside for a quiet conversation. Verity pretended not to listen, but she could hear fragments about her heart being weak and she needed complete rest with no stress whatsoever. Adam's face grew graver with each word. When the doctor finished, Adam returned to his mother's side. Ruth was drowsy from the medicine, her eyes half closed. "We'll stay in town tonight," Adam said quietly. "At the inn. I don't want to jostle her on the ride back." "That's wise," Verity said. "Will you—" Adam looked at her. "Will you stay? Just until she's settled? I know it's asking a lot." "Of course." They got Ruth to the inn, a modest establishment run by a kindly Mennonite family, and settled her in a room. By the time they'd gotten her into bed with pillows supporting her arm, Ruth was mostly asleep, the pain medicine pulling her under. Adam stood at the window, staring out at the darkening street. His shoulders were tight, his hands clasped behind his back. "She's going to be all right," Verity said quietly. "The break will heal." "It's not the break I'm worried about." Adam's voice was rough. "Her heart. The doctor said—" He stopped, swallowed hard. "He said the grief has weakened it. He's the same doctor we saw last week. That the stress of the move, of everything, it's too much. That she needs to rest completely or—" He didn't finish the sentence. Verity stood, moved to stand beside him at the window. "Then we make sure she rests. No more activities, no more planning meetings, no more stress." "She won't listen. You heard her earlier. She needs to live. She can't rest. There's too much." His voice broke slightly. Without thinking, Verity touched his arm. Just a brief touch, meant to comfort. "Then we'll make her listen. Together, if we have to. Your mother is stubborn, but she's not foolish. She'll understand if you explain it properly." Adam looked down at her hand on his arm, then up at her face. "Thank you, for today, for being there, for staying calm, for—" He shook his head. "I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been there." "You would have managed. You're more capable than you think." "I didn't feel capable. I felt—" He stopped, seemed to gather himself. "When I saw her fall, I couldn't think. But you knew exactly what to do. You kept her calm, kept her safe. That's a gift." "It's training." "It's more than training." His voice was soft, intense. "It's who you are. Someone who stays steady when everything's falling apart." The way he was looking at her, with such gratitude, such warmth, such hope, made Verity's chest tight. This was it. This was the moment when everything shifted from pleasant interest to something deeper. She'd seen it before, with other men. Crisis created intimacy. Gratitude mixed with attraction, and suddenly they thought what they felt was love. It wasn't love. It was the proximity and timing and heightened emotion. But Adam didn't know that. He thought this meant something. "I should go," Verity said, stepping back from the window. "Mum and Dad are waiting in the buggy. I'll check on your mother in the morning. Verity heard herself say. "Make sure she's comfortable." "You don't have to. I want to." And she did, genuinely. Ruth was a kind woman who'd been nothing but warm to her. "It's no trouble." Adam nodded, and for a moment they stood there, the room quiet except for Ruth's soft breathing from the bed. "Good night, Verity," Adam said quietly. "Good night." She left before the moment could become something more, before he could say anything else with that intensity in his eyes. She climbed into her parents' waiting buggy. "How is she? Will she be all right? Poor Ruth, and poor Adam, having to see his mother hurt like that." "She'll be fine, Mum. The arm will heal." Verity didn't mention the heart condition. That was Adam's news to share, not hers. They rode home through the darkness, Martha talking the entire time about the accident, about how wonderful Verity had been, about how grateful Adam must be. "He looked at you with such appreciation," Martha said. "Did you see? Like you were the most important person in the world to him." "He was worried about his mother, that's all." "It's more than that. A man looks at a woman a certain way when he realises she's the one. I saw your father look at me like that years ago when I nursed him through pneumonia. That's when I knew." Verity said nothing, and her father remained quiet as well. Let Mum spin her romantic narratives. In 3 weeks, Verity would be gone, and Martha would have to find a new story to tell herself. "You did well," Ned said simply, "taking care of her. Adam's lucky you were there." "Anyone would have done the same." "But you were the one who was there," Ned said, twisting around to glance at his daughter. "You're good at taking care of people, Verity. Always have been." "Thanks." When they got home, Verity went upstairs, suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline of the day had drained away, leaving her wrung out. She prepared for bed mechanically, her mind replaying the day. Ruth's fall, the broken arm, the ride to the doctor, Adam's face when he realised how serious his mother's condition was, and Ruth's words, whispered in pain. "Promise me you'll take care of him." Verity stared at the ceiling in the darkness. She'd made a promise she had no intention of keeping. A promise extracted under duress, from a woman in pain and fear. It didn't count. It couldn't count. In 3 weeks she'd be gone. Today had been about helping someone in need. Any decent person would have done the same. The fact that Adam had looked at her with such gratitude, such warmth, such growing affection, that was the natural result of the crisis, nothing more. He was falling for her exactly as planned. Today had accelerated it. Everything was going according to plan. So why did Verity feel this gnawing discomfort in her chest? She rolled over, pulling the quilt tight around her shoulders. It had to be temporary. She wouldn't let it be anything else. Verity closed her eyes and willed herself to sleep, but Ruth's voice echoed in her mind. "Promise me you'll take care of him." And Adam's voice, "I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been there." And underneath both, her own traitorous thought, "What if I stayed?" No, Verity pushed the thought away firmly. She knew who she was. She knew what she wanted. One afternoon of crisis didn't change that. Chapter 10. Verity woke the next morning with Ruth's promise weighing on her mind. Hopefully, Ruth would forget what she'd made Verity promise. She dressed quickly and went downstairs to find Mum already preparing a basket. "Soup for Ruth," Martha explained, ladling chicken broth into a jar. "And fresh bread, and some of that apple butter she liked. You said you'd check on her this morning?" "I did." "Good. I'll come with you." They made the trip to town together. Martha chattering about how fortunate it was that Verity had been there, how capable she'd been, how Adam must be so grateful. Verity made appropriate noises and watched the winter landscape pass by. At the inn, they found Ruth sitting up in bed, her splintered arm resting on pillows. She looked better than yesterday, some colour back in her face, though still drawn and tired. Adam sat in a chair beside her bed, and from the looks of it, he'd been there all night. "Verity! Martha!" Ruth's face brightened. "How kind of you to come." "We brought soup," Martha said, bustling forward with her basket. "And you must tell me if there's anything else you need, anything at all." While Martha fussed over Ruth, Verity caught Adam's eye and gestured toward the hallway. He followed her out. "Did you sleep at all?" she asked quietly. "Not much. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept replaying the moment I saw her lying on the ground." He rubbed his face. "We'll go back to the Yodas today. She said she'll be okay to travel." "How is she really, beyond the arm?" Adam's expression tightened. "Weak. The doctor gave me a list of instructions. Complete rest, no stress, light meals, someone with her at all times. I'll need to hire help or—" He stopped. "I don't know. Figure something out. I got offered work and I'm to start tomorrow." "I could help," Verity heard herself say, "during the day while you're working. I could sit with her, make sure she's resting." It was the practical thing to offer. Ruth needed care, Adam needed help, and Verity was capable. Besides, it would give her more time with Adam, which would keep Martha happy and the charade running smoothly. Adam looked at her with relief. "You would do that? I couldn't ask." "You're not asking. I'm offering. I'm here for the next few weeks anyway." "Thank you. That would help tremendously." On the way home, Verity told her mother she'd offered to help. "This is perfect. You'll be there every day, spending time with Ruth and Adam both. He'll see what a wonderful wife you'd make. Caring, capable, devoted. Mum, I'm simply helping a woman who broke her arm." "You're showing him who you are. That matters." Martha's voice was warm with satisfaction. "Oh, Verity, I have such a good feeling about this." The next week fell into a comfortable pattern. Every morning, Verity would drive to the Yodas to sit with Ruth. They'd talk, Ruth sharing stories about Adam as a boy, about her late husband, about the old community. Or Verity would read aloud from the budget or scripture. Sometimes Ruth would doze while Verity did mending or worked on Christmas preparations. Often, Adam would be there, checking on his mother between carpentry jobs, joining them for the midday meal, finding reasons to linger. It was pleasant, easy, exactly what these Christmas courtships were supposed to be. Adam was attentive without being overbearing. He'd bring Verity coffee, ask about her morning, share small observations that made her laugh. When he talked about his carpentry work, his eyes lit up with genuine passion. When he spoke about his mother, his voice was tender with devotion, and he was clearly falling for her, exactly as expected. The way his face brightened when she arrived each morning, the way he'd find excuses to be in the same room, the small gestures, holding a door, carrying something heavy, offering his arm when the path was icy. All the signs were there, right on schedule. On the 5th day, Ruth dozed off mid-afternoon, and Verity found herself alone on the porch with Adam. He was working on a small wooden box at the table, sanding it smooth with focused attention. "What's that for?" Verity asked, folding the clean linens Anna had given her. "Mother's medicines. She has several now, and she keeps forgetting which is which. I thought a divided box might help." He held it up. "Each section will be labelled. Cherry wood. It'll polish up nicely." "That's thoughtful." "She's my mother. he smiled. "Besides, it gives me an excuse to work with my hands. I get restless when I'm sitting." "I understand that. I'm the same way. I need to be doing something useful." "That's one thing I've noticed about you. You're always helping, always busy. Even now you could be doing anything else with your time, but you're here." Verity folded another towel. "Your mother is kind. I don't mind helping. Still, not everyone would give their time so freely." Adam returned to his sanding, the rhythmic scraping filling the comfortable silence. After a moment he said, "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." "Do you ever get lonely? In Cedar Grove, I mean, being on your own, focused on your work?" It was a natural question, the kind people always asked. Verity had her answer ready. "Not lonely, no. Busy, fulfilled. My work keeps me connected to families, to the community. I'm not isolated." "But no family of your own. Doesn't that—" He paused, choosing words. "Don't you ever want that? Coming home to someone? Building a life together?" "I have a life, a good one." "I know. I wondered if you ever thought about it differently, about what it might be like." He was still focused on his sanding, voice casual. To have both, the work and the family. This was the moment, the gentle probing about whether she'd consider changing her life. They always got here eventually. "I suppose it depends," Verity said carefully, "on finding someone who truly understood the work, who wouldn't expect me to choose." "That seems reasonable." Adam set down his sandpaper, examining the box. "Any man who asked you to give up something you love wouldn't deserve you." Perfect answer. They always knew the right things to say at this stage. "That's kind of you," Verity said. "It's true." He looked at her then, and there was warmth in his eyes. "You're doing something important, bringing life into the world, helping families. That matters. Anyone can see that." "Thank you." This was the best part of these Christmas courtships, before things got too serious, before expectations became uncomfortable. Adam would keep falling, keep hoping, and she'd keep being nice and present. 2 more weeks of this, then back to real life. Simple, manageable, under control. That evening at home, Mum was full of questions. "How was your day? How's Ruth? Did you and Adam spend time together?" "Ruth is healing well, and yes, Adam was there. He's building a medicine box for her." "How sweet. He's so devoted to his mother. And to you. Did you see how he looks at you, Verity? That's genuine feeling." "He's grateful for the help with Ruth." "It's more than gratitude." Martha was cutting vegetables for dinner, her movements brisk with satisfaction. "A mother knows these things. He cares for you, really cares." "It's been less than 2 weeks, Mum." "Sometimes that's all it takes. Your father and I knew within days." Martha paused, looking at her daughter. "Are you developing feelings for him?" "He's good company." "That's not what I asked." Verity took the vegetables to the stove. "It's possible," she said, to give her mother some hope. "Maybe this time." "Who knows?" Mum huffed. "I don't want him to be disappointed like all the others after Christmas is over. He won't be, will he?" "Time will tell." Mum looked like she might say something further, but Dad called from the barn and she went to help him instead. Verity finished preparing supper. She pushed the awkward conversation from her mind, the conversation where Adam would ask her to stay and she'd say no. For now, everyone was happy. Chapter 11. 3 days into her routine of caring for Ruth, Verity was in the kitchen helping Mum prepare bread for the day when a knock came at the door. It was early. The sun had just cleared the horizon, frost still thick on the windows. Martha wiped her hands on her apron. Who could that be at this hour? She opened the door to reveal Adam, his breath misting in the cold morning air. "Adam!" Martha brightened immediately. Come in, come in. Is everything all right? How's your mother?" "She's resting well, thank you. Anna Yoder is sitting with her this morning." He removed his hat, turning it in his hands. "I actually came to ask, is Ned around? Verity's been so generous with her time caring for my mother these past few days. I'd like to return the favour, help with whatever needs doing." "Oh, how thoughtful," Martha beamed. "He's out somewhere, probably checking the fence line or with the alpacas. You know how he is, always finding something that needs tending." Verity appeared. "There's no need." He gave Verity a big smile. "I insist." "Very well, I'll take you to find him," Verity said, already reaching for her coat. "He could be anywhere on the property, and it's a fair bit of land to search." "You don't need to trouble yourself. I'll find him." "It's no trouble. Besides, you don't know where anything is, and Dad has his patterns, but they change with his mood. Mum, I'll be back soon." Martha's eyes gleamed with delight. "Take your time. No rush at all." They set out together, their boots crunching through the frost-brittle grass. The morning was sharp and clear, the kind of December day that made everything look crystallized and clean. "This is kind of you," Verity said as they walked, "offering to help my father." "It's the least I can do. You've given up your mornings for my mother. I don't like feeling indebted." Verity considered that was a strange thing to say. "You're not indebted. This is what neighbours do." "Well, I'm being neighbourly too." They followed the fence line toward the back of the property. "He might be checking the fence down by the creek," Verity said, "or in the barn with the alpacas. We'll try the creek first, it's closer." The pasture sloped down toward the creek that marked the boundary, where a small herd of alpacas grazed in the distance. "What does your father do with the alpacas?" "He sells the fibre. Mum spins some of it, and the Englisher women at the farmers' market can't get enough." A sound cut through the morning air, high-pitched, distressed, almost like a child crying. They both stopped. "What was that?" Adam asked. The sound came again, more urgent this time. One of the adult alpacas was running along the creek bank, making anxious humming noises. "Something's wrong." Verity hurried toward the commotion, with Adam right beside her. As they got closer, the problem became horribly clear. A young alpaca, one of this year's babies, had somehow gotten into the creek and was stuck. The recent snowmelt had swollen the usually placid stream, and the cria was caught where the bank had partially collapsed, creating a muddy trap. The water was rushing around it, and the baby was crying pitifully, struggling but unable to free itself from the sucking mud and debris. Its mother ran back and forth along the bank, calling frantically. "Oh no!" Verity's hand went to her mouth. "She can't get herself out. She's stuck." Adam was already stripping off his coat. "I'm going in." "What? No!" Verity grabbed his arm. "The water's too cold. And that mud. You could get stuck too. We should get Dat, or at least get a rope." "There's no time. Look at her. She's exhausted. If she stops fighting, if she goes under..." He was pulling off his boots now, his movements quick and determined. "I'll be careful." "Adam, please." But he was already wading into the creek. The water was deeper than it looked, coming up past his knees immediately. Verity could see him tense at the cold, but he kept making his way toward the trapped cria. The mother alpaca made a keening sound, dancing anxiously on the bank. "It's all right," Verity called to her, though her heart was racing. "He's helping." Adam reached the cria, who thrashed harder in panic at his approach. "Easy, little one," he said, his voice calm despite the fact that Verity could see him shivering. "Easy now." He tried to lift the cria, but it was truly stuck, its legs deep in the muddy bank debris. The water was pushing hard against both of them. "The mud's got her good," he called back. "I need to dig her out." Verity watched, her hands clenched, as Adam worked to free the baby alpaca's legs from the mud, all while fighting to keep his own balance in the rushing water. The cria had stopped struggling, either from exhaustion or sensing Adam meant to help. For several tense minutes he worked, the cold water rushing around him as he dug at the snowy sludge and debris. "Almost got it!" With a sudden lurch, the cria came free. Adam caught her against his chest, but the sudden release threw him off balance. For a heart-stopping moment, Verity thought they were both going under, but Adam managed to keep his footing, clutching the shaking cria. He waded back toward the bank, moving carefully but quickly. The cria's mother ran alongside them, calling anxiously. When Adam reached the shallows, Verity waded in despite his protests, helping him carry the cria up onto solid ground. The baby was soaked and shivering but alive, its dark eyes wide. The moment they set her down, her mother was there, nuzzling her baby, making soft humming sounds of relief. Then they both ran off. Adam stood there, soaked all the way through, his shirt clinging to him, shivering violently in the cold morning air. "You're freezing," Verity said, grabbing his coat from where he'd dropped it. "Here, put this on before you catch your death." He pulled on the coat with shaking hands. His lips had a bluish tinge, and he was shivering so hard his teeth chattered. "We need to get you inside," Verity said. "Now." "I'll warm up in a minute. I'll be fine. Now we just have to find your father so I can start helping." "You just saved a life. If you weren't here at this moment, we never would have seen what we just saw. Thank you, Adam." Inside her, something had shifted. The way he hadn't hesitated, the way he'd been gentle with the frightened animal, even while fighting the current, the way he stood there shivering, still concerned about the animal before himself. She'd seen men perform plenty of grand gestures during these Christmas visits, expensive gifts, elaborate compliments, showy demonstrations meant to impress. He was different. He'd won her heart just by being himself. "Come on," she said, taking his arm. "Mum will have hot chocolate and we'll find some of Dat's dry clothes." As they walked back toward the house, Adam still shivering beside her, Verity found herself stealing glances at him. His dark hair was dishevelled, drops of creek water still clinging to it. "That was incredibly foolish," she said quietly. "No, it wasn't. It was something that had to be done." It was also brave. He looked down at her, surprised. "It was just a baby animal in trouble. I did what anyone would do." Most people would have waited for help, for ropes and extra hands. She didn't have time to wait. The simple certainty in his voice, that of course he would risk his safety for a distressed animal, made something warm bloom in Verity's chest. This was dangerous, this feeling. She knew the pattern, knew how these Christmas courtships were supposed to go. She wasn't supposed to actually feel things. She was supposed to stay detached. "Verity?" He was looking at her with concern. "Are you all right?" She realised she'd stopped walking, was just standing there staring at him. "I'm fine, just—" She shook her head. "Let's get you warm." They made it back to the house, where Martha immediately went into a flurry of activity. Hot chocolate, dry clothes borrowed from Ned, blankets, and scolding Adam for taking such a risk, even while praising him for saving the valuable baby. Ned walked into the house just as Adam was warming up by the stove, dressed in Ned's spare clothes. "What's all the commotion?" Ned asked, stamping his boots at the back door. "Adam saved one of the crias," Martha announced. "Jumped right into the creek, pulled her out of the mud. She was stuck fast and crying something terrible." Ned's eyebrows shot up. He crossed to Adam immediately, gripping his hand. "You saved us a significant loss. I'm in your debt." No debt at all. I'm just glad I could help. I came to help you with whatever you needed today, and it turned out what you needed was someone to pull an alpaca from the creek." He looked over at Verity. "I was just being neighbourly." She smiled at him and felt her cheeks flush. Ned laughed, clapping him on the shoulder. "Well, you've more than earned your keep for the day. Sit, warm up properly. Whatever I was going to have you help with can wait." Later, after Adam had warmed up completely, he and Ned headed outside while his clothes dried by the fire. Once they were out of earshot, Martha turned to Verity with knowing eyes. "He didn't even hesitate, did he? Just went right in to save that baby." "Mum, don't start." "I'm not starting anything. I'm simply observing that Adam Byler is the kind of man who does what needs doing, regardless of the cost to himself." Martha's smile was soft. "That's a rare quality." Verity didn't answer. She was thinking about the way Adam had looked standing in that creek, soaked and freezing, but smiling as he watched the cria reunite with its mother. She was thinking about how her heart had raced, not just from fear for his safety, but from something else, something she hadn't felt during any of her other Christmas visits. Was she in trouble this Christmas? What if this man was the one? Chapter 12. The next morning, Verity returned to the Yodas. Ruth was in better spirits, sitting up properly. Verity filled in Ruth on what happened with the baby alpaca and was surprised to learn that Adam hadn't mentioned a thing. They spent the morning working on some mending together, Ruth directing with her good hand while Verity did the actual stitching. "You're so patient," Ruth said, watching Verity work. "So careful. Those are good qualities in a wife." Verity gave a little laugh. "I know, I'm meddling, but I'm an old woman with a broken arm and a weak heart. Let me meddle while I can." Ruth smiled. "Adam hasn't brought a woman around since before his father died. The fact that he wants you here, wants to spend time with you, that means something. We're just getting to know each other. Neither of us knows where it will lead." "That's how it starts." Ruth's voice was wistful. "Getting to know each other, finding you enjoy the same things, laugh at the same jokes, and then one day you realise, this is the person I want beside me, for all of it." Verity kept her eyes on her stitching. "You and your husband were happy?" "Very happy, even through the hard times, especially through the hard times. That's when you really need each other." Ruth's good hand touched Verity's arm. "Adam needs someone who stays. He'll find someone." "He already has." Ruth's voice was soft but certain. "He needs to convince her to stay." Before Verity could respond, Adam appeared in the doorway. "What are my two favourite women talking about?" he asked, smiling. "Talking about you," Ruth said cheerfully. "What else would we be doing?" "All good things, I hope. Lunch," he announced. "Anna insisted I bring enough for all of us." He brought sandwiches from Anna's kitchen, thick slices of bread with cheese and cold ham. They ate together, conversation flowing easily between the three of them. Ruth told more stories about Adam as a boy, his serious nature, his determination to fix everything that broke, his tender heart for injured animals. Adam protested good-naturedly while Verity laughed. It was the kind of easy family dynamic that made Verity forget that this was temporary. When Ruth dozed off after lunch, Adam walked Verity outside for some fresh air. "Thank you," Adam said, "for all of this. My mother's healing well, and I think it's partly because she's so happy. Having you around, it gives her something to look forward to each day." "I'm glad I can help." "Verity," Adam said, then stopped. "Yes?" "I want you to know," he seemed to be choosing words carefully, "I'm grateful for your time, your kindness, for being here." "You've already thanked me." "I know, but I wanted to say it again. You didn't have to do any of this, and yet you show up every day." He looked at her, something warm and earnest in his expression. That says something about who you are. It says I'm a decent person who helps when someone needs it. It says you're more than decent. His voice was soft. It says you're remarkable. There it was, the admiration, the growing attachment, the hope building in his eyes, right on schedule. In another few days, he'd probably start hinting even more directly about the future, about possibilities, about what might happen after Christmas. And she'd deflect gently, keep things pleasant but non-committal, and eventually leave as planned. The pattern was so familiar she could map it out in advance. "I should get back inside," Verity said. "Make sure Ruth doesn't need anything." "Of course." But as they walked back to the house, Verity was aware of Adam beside her, his height, his steady presence, the way he'd said remarkable like he meant it. He was good at this, better than most. The thoughtful gestures, the genuine seeming interest, the way he made her feel valued without being too obvious about his hopes. That's what made him dangerous. Not because he was different from the others, but because he was better at playing the part. That night, lying in bed, Verity reviewed the day. Ruth's stories about Adam, the comfortable lunch together, Adam calling her remarkable. Why did remarkable keep echoing in her mind? "It doesn't matter," Verity told herself firmly. "Soon you'll be gone. This will all be a memory." A pleasing memory, certainly. Adam was good company. Ruth was dear. The time here had been nice. But nice wasn't enough to change her life. Nice wasn't enough to give up her independence, her work, her carefully constructed existence. Nice was just nice, nothing more. Verity closed her eyes and willed herself to sleep. 2 miles away, Adam lay in his bed. His mother had fallen asleep with a smile on her face, the first real smile he'd seen since before his father died. "She's wonderful, isn't she?" Ruth had said before dozing off. "Verity's so capable, so kind. And the way you two are together, it's like watching something bloom." Adam had made appropriate noises. Let his mother have her hope. And it was working. His mother was happy and had something to focus on besides her grief and her failing health. She was even talking about the future with optimism, all because she thought her son might have found someone. The irony wasn't lost on Adam. Here he was, performing interest to keep his mother content, while Verity would leave after Christmas exactly as Martha had said she always did. In 3 weeks, his mother would be disappointed, but gently disappointed, understanding that sometimes just didn't work out. And in the meantime, she was happy. Worth it, Adam thought. Absolutely worth it. Verity was easy company at least. That made the performance simpler. She was intelligent, capable, good with his mother. The time they spent together was good enough, better than he'd expected, actually. Adam rolled onto his side, closing his eyes. He let himself drift towards sleep, content in the knowledge that he was in complete control of the situation. Chapter 13. On the morning of December 17th, everything changed for Verity. The December days had continued to pass. The community was alive with preparation. Every house smelled of baking. Every family was planning gifts and gatherings. The Christmas play had already been performed, and Adam's stage had stood the test. Verity had spent her mornings with Ruth, her afternoons helping Martha with holiday preparations, and nearly every day included time with Adam. He'd drop by to check on a project Ned needed help with, or he'd be at the Yoda's when Verity arrived, or they'd end up at the same community gathering, and their mothers would somehow arrange for them to sit or work together. It was all very predictable, very managed, very much according to everyone's plans. Verity arrived at the Yoda's to find Ruth in good spirits, sitting up in bed. "I'm feeling so much better," Ruth announced. "The arm barely hurts anymore. I think I could start doing more Absolutely not, Verity said firmly. Doctor's orders were complete rest for 2 full weeks. You still have 3 days to go. But I feel fine. That's because you've been resting. If you overdo it now, you'll set back your healing. Verity took the mending from Ruth's lap. Let me do this. You rest. You shouldn't be attempting this. I can manage. You're very bossy when it comes to medical matters. Yes, I am. It's part of my charm, Ruth laughed, and they settled into their usual morning routine. Ruth talked about Christmas plans, what dishes she wanted to make, what gifts she was planning for Adam and the Yodas. Verity listened and worked on the mending, the familiar tasks soothing. Around mid-morning, Adam appeared with coffee and fresh bread from Anna Yoda's kitchen. "Thought you two might want a break," he said, setting down the tray. "How thoughtful," Ruth beamed at her son. "Verity, doesn't he take such good care of us?" "He does," Verity agreed, accepting the coffee gratefully. Adam pulled up a chair, and they sat together as they often did. Ruth asked Adam about his work. He'd been finishing up several projects before Christmas, trying to clear his schedule. "The miller's cabinet is fixed," Adam said, "and I delivered the repolished table to the Fishers yesterday. That leaves the toy chest for the Yoda children. I want to have it ready for Christmas." "You're making them a toy chest?" Verity asked. "Oak, with their names carved in it. Isaac and Anna have been so good to us, letting us stay here, taking care of my mother. It's the least I can do." "That's very generous." "It's practical. They need somewhere to keep all those toys contained," he smiled. "And I like working with my hands. Keeps me from getting restless." They talked for a while longer, easy conversation about work and weather and community news. Ruth dozed off eventually, and Adam gestured toward the door. "Want to see the toy chest? It's in the barn. I could use your opinion on the design." "My opinion? I don't know anything about carpentry." "But you know children, whether they'd like it, whether it's practical." They walked to the barn, their breath misting in the cold air. Inside, the barn was warmer, smelling of hay and animals and wood shavings. Adam led her to his makeshift workshop in the corner, a table with tools laid out neatly, several projects in various stages of completion. The toy chest was beautiful. Solid oak, the wood already sanded smooth, 3 names carved carefully into the lid: Emma, Jacob, Samuel. "Adam, this is lovely," Verity said, running her hand over the smooth wood. "They'll treasure this." "You think so? I wasn't sure about the carving, whether it's too much." "It's perfect, personal. It shows you care." Adam looked pleased. "That's what I hoped. I need to apply the finish, then it'll be ready." Verity watched him run his hand over the wood, checking for any rough spots he'd missed. His hands were capable, confident. "You really love this," she observed, "working with wood." "I do. There's something satisfying about taking raw wood and creating something useful, something that will last." He looked up at her. "Like your work, I imagine, taking something chaotic, birth, pain, fear, and creating something beautiful, a new life, a new family." "That's a nice way to put it." "It's true though, isn't it? We both make things, just different kinds of things." "I suppose so." The barn was quiet around them, except for the occasional shuffle of animals. "Verity," Adam said, then stopped. "Yes?" "I've been meaning to ask." He paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. "Christmas is in 8 days, and you're leaving the day after?" "That's the plan." "Right, of course." He was focusing on the toy chest, not meeting her eyes. "I wonder, after you go back, would you want to keep in touch? Letters, maybe?" This was new. Usually they didn't talk about after until the very end, until she was literally packing to leave. But Adam was bringing it up now, with over a week still remaining. He was already planning for how to maintain contact after Christmas. For some reason, it made her happy. "I don't know," Verity said carefully. She didn't want to give him too much hope. It was best to keep it all light-hearted and surface level. Long-distance correspondence can be difficult. Expectations get complicated. "We've become friends, haven't we? And friends write to each other." Friends, a safe word to test the waters, to see if she'd agree to continued connection. "We have become friends," Verity agreed, giving him what he wanted. "So maybe we could stay friends? After?" His voice was casual, but Verity could see the hope in his eyes. This was the beginning of how they always tried to extend things beyond Christmas, suggesting letters, visits, future meetings. She'd agree vaguely now, then let it fade naturally once she got back to Cedar Grove and didn't follow through. Just because she was getting some feelings for this man didn't mean it would ever work out. She did what she was used to doing and pushed her feelings aside. "Maybe," Verity said with a warm smile. "Let's see how things go." Adam's face brightened. "Fair enough." "I should get back," Verity said. "Check on your mother." "Of course." As they walked back to the house, Verity realised she was giving them all a gift, really. A pleasant Christmas romance to watch. Hope. Joy. Something to look forward to in the middle of winter. That was a good thing. Back in the house, Ruth was awake and wanted to discuss Christmas dinner plans. Verity stayed for another hour, helping her make lists and plan dishes before finally heading home. As she drove away from the Yoders, she glanced back and saw Adam in the barn doorway, watching her leave. He raised a hand in farewell, and she waved back. Only a few more days of this charade, and then back to her real life. Everything was going perfectly until Verity was leaving. She got into her buggy and heard Adam's voice in the barn. Realising she should say goodbye, she got out of the buggy and walked to the barn door. She saw him holding something, the receiver of the barn phone that most Amish families kept for emergencies or business purposes. He was talking with his back turned. She didn't want to disturb him and was about to turn away when she heard her name mentioned. She stepped to one side so she'd be out of sight while she listened. "Fine, actually. Verity's really nice. Mother's thrilled." A pause as whoever was on the other end spoke. Then Adam's voice again. "No, it's only until Christmas. She goes back to her work right after. Everyone's happy, nobody gets hurt. It's the perfect solution." The words hit her like a physical blow. Only until Christmas. Everyone's happy, nobody gets hurt. Another pause. Adam's voice came again, and now there was amusement in it, which annoyed Verity further. "Hey, 3 weeks of this romance keeps my mother off my back for months. It's totally worth it. And honestly, Verity's easy to be around. This isn't hard." Easy to be around. This isn't hard. Like she was, what? A diversion? A convenient solution to his mother's hopefulness? The friend on the phone said something that made Adam laugh again. "What if I actually fall for her?" Adam's tone was dismissive, joking. "It's not going to happen." Not going to happen. Verity stood frozen to the spot. He'd been lying. The whole time. Every warm look, every thoughtful gesture, every word about how remarkable she was, about wanting to stay in touch after Christmas. All of it had been lies. He felt nothing at all. He was using her to keep his mother happy through Christmas, counting down the days until she left and solved his problem for him. Verity's breath came in short, sharp gasps. How could he? How could he? She'd been so careful, so thoughtful, spending hours with Ruth, helping her heal, being kind and present and genuine in her care, listening to Adam talk about his work, his dreams, his father, being there when Ruth fell, staying calm, getting her through the crisis. And all along, he'd felt nothing. It was all an act, a calculated, callous act to manipulate them all, using Verity without a second thought. The hurt was staggering, physical, like something vital had been torn out of her chest. Most of all, she was annoyed at herself for letting down the guard around her heart. She actually had liked him. Verity walked without seeing, her vision blurred, her chest so tight she could barely breathe. How could he do this? How could he be so cruel? He'd looked her in the eye and said she was remarkable, that he wanted to stay in touch after Christmas, that they'd become friends. All lies. It was monstrous. Verity found herself at the edge of the property, standing in deep snow, shaking with cold and rage and hurt. She'd been so stupid, so blindly, foolishly stupid. She'd actually started to think, to wonder, if maybe this time could be different, if maybe Adam was someone she could... No. Verity wrapped her arms around herself, trying to hold together something that felt like it was shattering. She'd let her guard down, let herself start to believe that Adam's feelings were genuine, let herself start to care what he thought, how he felt, whether there might be a future here. And all along, he'd been laughing about it with his friends. 10 years of successfully managing these situations, of staying in control, of never letting anyone get close enough to hurt her. And now this. Verity straightened her shoulders, wiped her face, and composed herself. She'd finish out these 8 days. She'd smile and pretend everything was fine. And then she'd leave and never, ever think about Adam again. She drove home through the winter afternoon, her mind numb, her chest aching. At home, Martha took one look at her face and said, "What happened?" "Nothing. I'm tired." "Verity?" "Please, Mum, I need to rest." She escaped upstairs before Martha could press further. In her room, she sat on her bed and stared at nothing. Verity lay down, curling on her side, and let the tears come. Chapter 14. Verity didn't go to the Yodas the next morning. She couldn't. Not yet. Not while the wound was so fresh, so raw. Not while she could still hear Adam's voice saying, "This isn't hard," with such casual dismissal. She sent word through Martha that she wasn't feeling well, which was entirely true. She felt sick, hollowed out, like something vital had been carved out of her chest. Martha fussed, naturally, brought her tea and toast, felt her forehead for fever, asked a dozen questions about symptoms. "I'm tired," Verity said. "I think I've been doing too much. I need a day to rest." Of course. You've been spending so much time helping Ruth. It's no wonder you're worn down. You've been tired a lot lately." Mum smoothed the quilt over Verity's legs. After Mum left, Verity lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. She needed to talk to someone who would understand, someone who knew her well enough to see through whatever brave face she tried to put on. Verity waited until mid-morning, when she was certain her mother would be occupied with baking. Then she slipped downstairs and headed to the barn where there was a phone. The barn was freezing, her breath misting in the small enclosed space. Verity's hands shook. From cold or emotion, she wasn't sure which, as she dialed Sybil's number. "Verity, how is everything?" Verity's voice broke. "Everything's terrible." "What happened?" And it all came pouring out. her time with Adam, how attentive he'd been, how thoughtful, how she'd started to think maybe this time was different, maybe his feelings were genuine. The way he'd talked about staying in touch after Christmas, about how remarkable she was. Then the phone call she overheard. He was saying he has to hold out until Christmas and then I'll leave. Then he assured the person he was talking with that there was no chance he'd fall in love with her. Verity told Sybil everything, and by the time she finished, Verity was crying. Sybil was quiet for a moment. Verity, I know you're upset, but isn't that what you do every year? Verity's breath caught. What? You go home, date whoever your mother picks, be pleasant and kind while knowing you'll leave after Christmas. You've done it so many times. Verity suddenly regretted confiding in her friend so much. That's different. Is it? How? Because I don't laugh about it with my friends. I don't joke about how easy it is. Verity's voice rose. I'm kind to these men. I'm genuine. I don't mock them behind their backs. I give them a little Christmas romance and keep everyone happy. You let these men fall for you and then leave, knowing they'll be hurt, knowing their families will be disappointed. I know what you're saying, but it's not the same thing. I never lie to them. You lie by omission, by letting them believe there's a chance when you know there isn't one, by saying maybe when you mean no. Sybil paused. What did you tell Adam when he asked about staying in touch after Christmas? Verity was silent. You said maybe, didn't you? You smiled and said, let's see how things go. You gave him hope while knowing you'd never follow through. That's different than what he did. Is it? Really? Sybil's voice was soft now, compassionate. Verity, I think you're upset because he was doing exactly what you've been doing, and that's hard to face. No. Verity shook her head even though Sybil couldn't see her. No, I actually care about his mother. That's real. And you don't think Adam genuinely cares about keeping his mother happy? That he's not doing this out of real love for her? He's manipulating her, using her illness, her fear of dying to give her hope and happiness through Christmas. He's playing the same game as you. Verity felt like the ground was shifting under her feet. You're supposed to be on my side. I am on your side. That's why I'm telling you this. Sybil took a breath. Verity, why are you so upset? Really? If Adam is simply another Christmas setup, just another man you're managing through the holiday, why does this hurt so much? Why do you care? I mean, if you're both playing the same game, then no one gets hurt. Problem solved. Well, I'm hurt. Verity pressed her hand to her mouth, trying to hold back a sob. Wait, you like this guy. That's why you're so upset. No. Verity, you're crying. I can hear it in your voice. Have any of the other Christmas guys made you cry? No. I think, Sybil said gently, you need to ask yourself why this time is different. Why Adam is different. He's not different. He's worse. He's colder, more calculating. Verity, what do you want to happen right now? Verity couldn't answer. Didn't know how to answer. What did she want? I have to go, Verity said abruptly. Verity, wait. I can't do this right now. I need to think. Call me back when you're ready to talk. Verity hung up and walked back to the house, her mind churning. At the house, her mother was rolling out pie dough. She looked up as Verity entered. Feeling better? You have more colour now. A bit. The cold air helped. Good. Ruth sent word. She's asking about you, wondering if you'll visit tomorrow. I'll go tomorrow, Verity said, because what else could she do? She had a few more days to get through. Verity went upstairs and lay on her bed, exhausted despite having done nothing all day. Sybil was wrong. She had to be wrong. What Verity did was kind, generous, giving people an enjoyable Christmas, hope and joy, something to look forward to. What Adam did was cruel, calculated, using people for his own purposes. They weren't the same. But a small voice echoed what Sybil had said. Why does it hurt so much? Verity closed her eyes and tried to sleep. Tomorrow she'd have to face Adam again. Pretend everything was fine. Smile and play her part. Just like he was playing his. Perfect match. Perfect, terrible match. 2 miles away, Adam was having his own difficult day. Ruth had been asking about Verity all morning. Is she all right? Martha said she wasn't feeling well. Should we visit her? Bring soup? I'm sure she's fine, Mother. She'll probably visit tomorrow. But Adam found himself unsettled by Verity's absence. He'd grown used to her presence, her calm competence, her easy conversation, the way she handled his mother with such genuine care. Yesterday afternoon, after he'd gotten off the phone with his friend Samuel, he'd come inside to find Verity quieter than usual, subdued. He'd wondered if something was wrong. Had she overheard his conversation? No, she couldn't have. He'd been in the barn. She'd been in the kitchen with his mother. And if she'd heard, she would have said something, wouldn't she? Confronted him? Unless... No, he was being paranoid. Everything was fine. She'd be back tomorrow, and things would continue as they had been. Adam returned to his work, but found himself distracted. Why did Verity's absence today feel like something was missing? Chapter 15. Verity woke the next morning with gritty eyes and a headache. She dressed mechanically, pinned her cap and went downstairs. Her mother was already in the kitchen, humming as she kneaded bread dough. Feeling better this morning? Martha asked. Yes, much better. Good, because Ruth will be so happy to see you. I'll go over after breakfast, Verity said. The drive to the Yodas felt longer than usual. Verity's hands were tight on the reins, her stomach churning with an uncomfortable mix of emotions she didn't want to examine too closely. At the Yodas, Anna met her at the door with a warm smile. Ruth's been worried all morning. Verity found Ruth in her usual spot, propped up in bed with her injured arm resting on pillows. Ruth's face lit up when Verity entered. Verity! Oh, I'm so relieved. Are you well? We were so worried. I'm fine, Ruth, but why are you in bed again? You were up and around 2 days ago. I was up this morning early. I came back here for a rest. Come, sit. Tell me how you're feeling. Ruth patted the bed beside her. Verity sat and let Ruth fuss over her, asking about symptoms, offering remedies, expressing motherly concern. Ruth's worry was genuine, unlike her son. Adam was quite concerned. He wanted to visit you yesterday, but I told him to let you rest. But he'll be so glad to see you're well. I'm sure he will, Verity thought. Can't have his convenient solution falling apart before Christmas. Where is Adam? Verity asked. In the barn, working on that toy chest. He's been out there since dawn. I'll let him know I'm here, Verity said, standing. Oh, would you? Tell him to come have coffee with us. I've barely seen him this morning. Verity walked to the barn, her heart pounding harder than it should. This was merely another conversation, another interaction in a long line of interactions that meant nothing. Adam looked up as she entered the barn. Verity, you're here. Are you feeling better? Such concern in his voice, such perfect, practiced concern. Much better. Thank you for your concern. I was worried. We both were, Mother especially, but I... He stopped, running a hand through his hair. I'm glad you're all right. Why wouldn't I be all right? I don't know. You seemed, when you left the other day, you seemed quiet. I wondered if something was wrong. Nothing was wrong. Everything's fine. Good. That's good. Adam smiled, and it looked genuine. Your mother wants you to come and have coffee with us, she said aloud. I'd love to. Let me just clean up. They walked back to the house together, and Verity was hyper-aware of every small gesture, the way Adam held the door for her, the way he helped his mother adjust her pillows, the way he poured coffee for both of them before taking his own cup. All of it so thoughtful, so attentive, so perfectly performed. How had she not seen it before? He was too perfect. They sat together, the three of them, and talked about so many things. Then the conversation led to Adam's father. "This is our first Christmas without him," Ruth said softly. "But I think it will be a good Christmas anyway, because we have so much to be grateful for. Being here in this community, having such good friends." She looked at Verity with such warmth. "Having you with us, Verity, that's made all the difference." Guilt twisted in Verity's stomach. Ruth's gratitude was real. Her happiness was real. She couldn't help what her son was doing. "I'm glad I can be here," Verity said. "You've been such a blessing," Ruth continued, "to both of us. Hasn't she, Adam?" "She has." Adam's eyes met Verity's across the table. "I don't know what we would have done without you these past 2 weeks." "You would have managed fine, I'm sure," Verity said. "No," Adam shook his head. "When Mother fell, when everything went wrong, you were the one who stayed calm, who knew what to do. He paused. "I was falling apart inside, and you held everything together." Such sincerity in his voice, such perfect, calculated sincerity. "That's my training," Verity said, "staying calm in crisis." "It's more than training, it's who you are." Verity took a sip of coffee to avoid responding. She didn't trust her voice, didn't trust what might come out if she opened her mouth. "I was thinking," Ruth said, "about Christmas dinner. I know I'm supposed to be resting, but surely I could help with—" "No," Adam and Verity said simultaneously. "My mother has it all in hand. She's already planned every detail." They looked at each other surprised. Then Adam smiled, a real smile, unguarded for a moment, and Verity felt something crack inside her chest. When Ruth dozed off mid-morning, Adam walked Verity outside. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for coming back. Mother was really worried." "I told you, I'm fine. I just needed rest." "I know, but still, thank you." He paused. "Verity, can I ask you something?" "Of course." "The other day when you left, did something happen? Did I do something to upset you?" Verity looked at him, really looked at him. His face was open, concerned, genuinely confused. Such a good actor. "Why would you think that?" "I thought maybe I'd said something wrong or done something wrong." "You didn't do anything wrong." He smiled, relieved. "I'd hate to think I'd upset you somehow." The hypocrisy was staggering. The truth was he was secretly counting down the days until she left. "These past 2 weeks have been really good. Getting to know you, spending time together. I'd hate for something to spoil that before you have to leave." Before you have to leave. Such careful phrasing, not before you choose to leave or if you decide to leave, but have to leave, as if it were an inevitability that he had no power over. "We still have, 6 more days before I leave?" "6 more days," Adam agreed, "plus Christmas Day itself." "Plus Christmas." They stood in the cold winter air, looking at each other, both smiling, both living a charade. Perfect performance, on both sides. "I should go home and help my mother." But as Verity turned to go, Adam caught her hand briefly, for a moment. "I'm really glad you're here," he said softly. "I'm glad too," she said, and pulled her hand away. "I'll say goodbye to Anna." Verity walked inside and found Anna in the kitchen. "I'll probably see you again tomorrow." Anna looked up. "Okay. You're very good to Ruth, how you come here and sit with her. It really has been a help to me. I enjoy her company. Not many young women would be so patient. She's easy to care for. Still, it's kind of you." Anna paused. "And Adam seems very taken with you." "Does he?" "Oh, yes. The way he looks at you. I've known that boy since he was born, and I've never seen him look at any woman like that." Because he's a very good actor, Verity thought. "We're still getting to know each other," she said aloud. "That's how it starts," Anna smiled. "Getting to know each other, finding you enjoy each other's company. Then one day you realise, this is the person I want beside me for everything." "Maybe." "Ruth has such hopes. She's not well, you know. Her heart. The doctor told Adam it could be months or years. There's no way to know. But she worries about leaving Adam alone." "He won't be alone. He'll find someone." "Well, Ruth thinks he's found someone. You." Anna's voice was gentle. "I know it's early days. I know you have a life in Cedar Grove. But Verity, if there's any chance, any possibility you might stay, it would mean everything to Ruth, to see Adam settled before she goes." Verity was surprised Anna would say these things. "I can't make any promises. It takes a long time to get to know someone. I can't marry someone to make another person happy." Anna nodded. "You're right. I'm sorry. I thought you might fall in love with Adam and you might need a little prod." Verity laughed. "No prodding needed." At home, her mother was full of questions. How was Ruth? How was Adam? Had they talked about Christmas plans? "Everything's fine, Mum." "Fine? Nothing more?" Mum's eyes were hopeful, searching. "What more do you want?" "I want you to fall in love with Adam and stay here." "I'm not staying," Verity blurted out, then immediately regretted it. "I'm not staying, Mum. I'm leaving the day after Christmas, like I do every year." "But this year feels different." "It's not different. It's the same as always." Verity's voice was harder than she intended. "Nice man, pleasant enough time, but my life is in Cedar Grove. That hasn't changed. I'm sorry to upset you, but it's better that you know the truth." "Then why are you doing this? Why are you spending all this time with Adam and Ruth if you know you're just going to leave?" "Because you wanted me to. Because it makes Ruth happy. Because—" Verity stopped, suddenly exhausted. "Because it's easier than fighting about it." "Easier than—" Martha's voice broke. "Verity, this isn't about easy. This is about your life, your future, and your happiness." "I am happy. Why can't you understand that I'm happy with how my life is right now?" "You don't look happy. You look—" Martha gestured helplessly. "You look miserable." "I'm just tired." "You're always tired. I'm tired of hearing that you're tired. Every Christmas you come home and you're tired. Tired of running from anything real." "I'm not running." "Yes, you are. You've been running for years." Martha's eyes filled with tears. "And I've let you because I thought eventually you'd stop. You'd find someone worth staying for. But you won't let yourself find anyone, will you? Because that would mean risking something, feeling something, and you're too scared for that." "I'm not scared." "Then what are you?" Verity stared at her mother, words stuck in her throat. What was she? "Yes, I'm tired. I'm tired of people trying to push me into marriage. I'm leaving after Christmas," she said finally. "That's all you need to know." She went upstairs before her mother could respond. Chapter 16. The next morning, Verity regretted having words with her mother. She wanted to give her mother hope and make Christmas pleasant, and now she'd revealed her true feelings. Sometimes the truth was too brutal and wasn't always the best medicine. Adam thought he was so clever, playing his little game, using her to keep his mother happy, laughing with his friends about how easy it was. Well, two could play that game, and Verity had 10 years of practice. He wouldn't get the better of her. She dressed carefully, choosing her best everyday dress, the deep blue one that Martha always said brought out her eyes. She pinned her cap with extra care, checking her reflection in the window pane. She looked composed, serene, exactly like a woman who'd made an important decision. Perfect. At breakfast, her mother was quiet, still hurt from their conversation the night before. "I'm sorry about what I said yesterday. I do want to be married, but I don't want to rush into it." "Rush in? You're almost middle-aged. If you don't marry soon, you'll never have children. Just choose someone and be done with it." Verity was horrified at her mother's words, but she wasn't going to get into another argument. "I'm going to the Yodas this morning," Verity said. "Of course." Martha's voice was subdued. At the Yodas, she found Ruth in good spirits and Adam working in the barn as usual. Verity spent the morning with Ruth, but her mind was working the entire time, planning. Around mid-morning, Adam came in for coffee. He smiled when he saw Verity, that warm, genuine-looking smile that she now knew was a complete fabrication. "Good morning. How's everyone today?" "Wonderful," Ruth said. "Verity's been telling me about a birth she attended last year. Twins! Can you imagine?" They sat together, the three of them, drinking coffee and talking as they'd done so many previous mornings. "I think I'll rest a bit," Ruth said, yawning. "You two don't mind, do you?" "Of course not, Mother. We'll be quiet." Ruth settled back against her pillows, and within minutes her breathing had evened into sleep. Adam stood. "I should get back to work. The toy chest won't finish itself." "Adam, wait." Verity kept her voice soft. "Can we talk?" "Of course." He sat back down, attentive, concerned. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, everything's—" Verity looked down at her hands as if gathering courage. "Everything's more than all right, actually. That's what I wanted to talk to you about." "Okay." Adam was watching her carefully. Verity took a breath, as if nervous. "These past weeks, spending time with you, getting to know you, it's been really special." "It has been for me too." "And I've been thinking a lot about what you said the other day, about staying in touch after Christmas, about possibilities." She looked up at him, letting her eyes be soft, vulnerable. "About what it might be like if I stayed." Adam's eyes grew wide. "Stayed?" "Here, in this community." Verity's voice was earnest, sincere. "I could transfer my practice. There are women here who need midwives. I could serve this community just as well as Cedar Grove. When I saw you save that alpaca, risking yourself without a second thought, I knew you were different from any man I'd ever met." "Verity, I know it's fast. I know we've only known each other for a little while, but sometimes—" She gave him a tremulous smile. "Sometimes that's enough. To know something matters. You said that yourself." Adam's face had gone white. "I did say that." "And you were right." Verity reached across the small space between them and took his hand. He didn't pull away, but she could feel the tension in his fingers. "Adam, I think I'm falling in love with you." The words hung in the air between them. Adam stared at her, his expression frozen somewhere between shock and horror, quickly covered with what he probably thought was a convincing smile. Wow, I know it's sudden, I know it's unexpected, but I can't help how I feel." Verity squeezed his hand gently. And I hope, you might feel the same way? Adam's throat worked. Verity, this is too much? Too fast? She smiled, understanding, patient. I know. That's why I wanted to talk to you privately, before saying anything to our mothers. Adam's relief was almost comical. You haven't told them? No. I wanted to tell you first, to see... She let her voice catch slightly. To see if you felt the same way. If there was a chance for us. A real chance. Of course there's a chance, Adam started automatically, then seemed to hear himself. I mean, because if you do feel the same way, if you think this could work, Verity leaned forward, earnest, then I'd like to tell our mothers. Make it official. Start making real plans for after Christmas, for me staying, for us building a life together. The panic in Adam's eyes was deeply, deeply satisfying for Verity. He cleared his throat. That's a big decision. Are you sure? What about your practice in Cedar Grove? Your women there? I can train someone to take over, transition things gradually. Verity had thought this through. It might take a few months, but we'd have that time to plan properly, plan our future. Our future, Adam's voice was faint. Yes, our wedding eventually, the home we'd build, the family we'd have. Verity smiled radiantly. 6 children, remember? That's what we both said we wanted. Adam looked like he might be sick. Verity, this is wonderful, really wonderful, but... He seemed to be grasping for something. But maybe we shouldn't rush? Maybe we should take more time to be sure? Take more time? But Adam, I only have 4 more days here. After Christmas, I'd be going back to Cedar Grove. If I'm going to stay, if I'm going to start making plans... She looked at him with wide, trusting eyes. I need to know you're serious, that this isn't any old Christmas romance that will fade when the holiday is over. It's not... Adam stopped. Of course it's not some Christmas romance. Good, Verity smiled. Then there's no reason to wait, is there? We should tell our mothers today. They'll be so happy. Your mother especially. She's been so worried about you being alone after she's gone. My mother... Adam's voice cracked slightly as he glanced at his mother sleeping on the bed. We shouldn't get her hopes up until we're absolutely certain. Oh, this was perfect. He was trying to use his own excuse against her. But we are certain, aren't we? Verity tilted her head. You said this isn't merely a Christmas romance. You've been saying for days how much you care about me, how remarkable I am, how you want to stay in touch after I leave. So why would we wait? Because... Adam ran his free hand through his hair. Because big decisions shouldn't be made hastily. Because we should be absolutely sure before we make promises we might... Might what? Might not keep? Verity's voice was still soft, but there was something sharp underneath now. Are you saying you're not sure about your feelings, Adam? No, I'm not saying that. Then what are you saying? Adam looked trapped, cornered, exactly as Verity had intended. I'm saying... He took a quick breath. I'm saying we should keep this between us for now, not tell our mothers yet. Give ourselves a little more time to be absolutely certain before we make it official. Keep it secret? Verity frowned, as if confused and a little hurt. Why would we keep it secret if we're certain about each other? Not secret, just private, for a little while, until after Christmas maybe, when things are less hectic, when we've had time to really think through all the implications. But if we wait until after Christmas, I'll be back in Cedar Grove. Starting the transition process will be harder from a distance. Verity shook her head. No, if we're going to do this, we should start planning now, today. We haven't even been on a proper date. It's not needed. We've spent time with each other. We don't have to use labels for our time together. A date is just a label. Adam's hand tightened on hers, almost desperate. Please, just give me a few days to process this, to think about what it means. This is a big change for both of us. We shouldn't rush into announcing anything. Verity pretended to think about it. Let the silence stretch just long enough to make him sweat. All right, she said finally, if that's what you need. Thank you. I want to be sure we're making the right decision, for both of us. Of course, Verity smiled sweetly. I understand completely. We'll keep it private, just between us for now. Yes, exactly, for now. Adam was already starting to relax, probably thinking he'd successfully delayed the disaster. But Adam, Verity leaned in closer, her voice intimate, I need you to know, I'm serious about building a life here with you. She watched his face carefully, watched the panic flicker across his features before he managed to hide it behind another smile. I'm serious too. I want to do this right, give it the thought and care it deserves. That's one of the things I love about you. Verity touched his cheek gently. You're so thoughtful, so careful about the important things. Adam swallowed hard. I try to be. Adam, thank you for being honest with me, for wanting to take the time to be sure. She smiled up at him. It makes me even more certain that you're the right person for me. Adam managed a weak smile as he stood up. I better get back to work. I'll see you soon. Verity suppressed a laugh as she smiled up at him before he turned and left the room. Everything was going perfectly. Chapter 17. Adam had avoided going into town since this nightmare with Verity had started 2 days ago. But he needed smaller tools for finishing some wooden toys, and there was no putting it off any longer. The hardware store was busy with Christmas shoppers. Adam gathered what he needed quickly, hoping to escape without much conversation. Adam Byler, is that you? Adam turned to find Samuel Zook, an old friend of his father's, approaching with a warm smile. Samuel, good to see you. And you, how's your mother? I heard about the fall. Terrible thing. She's healing well, thank you. Good, good. Samuel's eyes twinkled. And I hear you've been spending time with Martha Troyer's daughter. Verity, isn't it? Adam's stomach tightened, but he managed a smile. Yes, she's been very kind, helping with my mother's recovery. Oh, I'm sure that's not all it is, Samuel chuckled. Pretty girl, accomplished. You could do worse. She's very nice, Adam said carefully, trying to end the conversation. But Samuel was just getting started. Though I'll warn you, and don't take this the wrong way, but Verity has something of a pattern. What do you mean? Every Christmas, Martha sets her up with some young man, different one each year, and every year, same thing. Verity's pleasant enough, spends the holiday being courted, then leaves the day after Christmas, and that's the end of it. Samuel shook his head. Daniel Fisher, Jacob Lapp, Thomas Yoder, they all thought they had a chance. They all got their hearts broken when she went back to Cedar Grove like she always does. Adam felt something cold settle in his chest. I'm sure this time is different? Samuel's laugh wasn't unkind, but it was knowing. That's what they all said, son. Every single one. But Verity Troyer doesn't stay. She's made a life elsewhere, and she's not giving it up. You seem like a nice young man, so I'm telling you, don't get your hopes up. She's passing time until Christmas, then she'll be gone, same as always. Actually, Adam heard himself say, his voice tight, this time really is different. We're talking about marriage. She's planning to move back here, transfer her practice." Samuel's eyebrows shot up. "Is that so? Well, that would be something. When did all this happen?" "Recently, very recently." Adam's mind was racing. "We're keeping it quiet for now, but yes, it's true. She's serious about staying." "Well then," Samuel clapped him on the shoulder, "I'm happy to be wrong. Your mother must be over the moon." "We haven't told her yet. We want to wait." "Smart. Don't want to get hopes up prematurely." But there was still skepticism in Samuel's eyes. "Though I have to say, I'm surprised. 10 years of the same pattern and suddenly she's ready to give it all up? That's quite a change of heart." "Sometimes that's all it takes," Adam said, echoing words he'd heard Verity say. "Meeting the right person at the right time." Maybe so. Samuel didn't sound convinced. "Well, I wish you both the best. And tell your mother I'll visit soon. Bring her some of my wife's soup." Adam finished his shopping and left, Samuel's words echoing in his mind. 10 years. 10 different men. Same pattern every time. Be nice to a man through Christmas, then gone. He drove home slowly, his thoughts churning. Verity had seemed so sincere when she'd declared her feelings, so genuine when she talked about moving back, about building a life together. But according to Samuel, according to the entire community apparently, this was what Verity did. String men along for 3 weeks, let them fall for her, then disappear. Adam thought about the timeline. She'd been lovely for 2 weeks, exactly as everyone described. And then suddenly, days ago, she'd shifted, become subdued, distant, stopped coming to visit for a day. And then the very next day after that, she'd suddenly declared she was in love with him and wanted to move back? That didn't make sense. People didn't fall in love that suddenly. Not really. Unless she hadn't fallen in love at all. Adam's hands tightened on the reins. The sudden declaration, the urgency about making plans, the urging to tell their parents. What if she was lying? Unless this was all part of her pattern. Tell the man what he wanted to hear, keep him hopeful and invested, then vanish after Christmas with some excuse about how it wasn't meant to be. Adam felt anger rising, hot and sharp. How dare she? He'd been honest with her. Well, as honest as the situation required. He'd been kind, respectful, genuine in his care, even if his romantic interest was performed. He'd never been cruel about it, never mocked her, never... Wait, the phone call. Adam's stomach dropped. Days ago. He'd been on the phone with Samuel from his old community, talking about how this was just until Christmas, how it was easy, how he wasn't going to fall for her. And the very next day, Verity hadn't come to visit. And then after that, she'd suddenly declared she was moving back for him. She'd heard. She must have heard. And this sudden declaration of love, this talk of moving back and marriage, this was her revenge. She was playing him, making him squirm, watching him panic about how to escape a commitment he'd never wanted. She was doing to him exactly what he'd been trying to do to her. The realization hit like a slap. If Verity thought she could play games with him, she had another think coming. 2 could play at this game. And Adam had just had a very interesting idea. Chapter 18. Adam got some food, went home and collected a few things, a blanket, a thermos of hot coffee. Then he drove to the Troyers. Martha answered the door. "Adam, we weren't expecting you today." "I know. I apologise for the intrusion, but I was hoping Verity might be free. I wanted to show her something." "Show her? Well, I suppose so. Let me get her. Come in. Adam waited in the front room, his heart beating steadily. He felt calm, focused, ready. Verity appeared a moment later, and he had to give her credit. Her surprise looked genuine. "Adam, is everything all right? Your mother—" "Mother's fine, resting with Anna," he smiled warmly. "I wanted to surprise you. I found something this morning and I couldn't wait to show you." "Found something?" "Land." He watched her face carefully. "Remember how we talked about finding the right property for building our house? Well, I heard about a piece that just became available and I thought—" he reached for her hand. "I thought we could look at it together, start making real plans. Also, we haven't been on a date and I can fix that now." Verity's face went carefully blank. "Now? Today? Why not? It's a beautiful day. I brought a picnic. We can make an afternoon of it, just the two of us, planning our future." He could see her mind working, trying to find an excuse. But Martha had appeared behind her, face glowing. "Land! Oh, how wonderful! Verity, you should go. This is important." "But I have—" Verity started. "Nothing that can't wait," Martha said firmly. "Go, look at the land." "Okay, what a lovely idea. I'm not used to surprises." "And we should move quickly if we're interested. These things go fast." Adam kept his voice light, easy. "Bundle up, it's cold out there." 5 minutes later they were in his buggy, driving toward the old Schrock property. Verity was quiet, her hands folded tightly in her lap. "You seem nervous," Adam observed. "I'm not nervous, I'm surprised. This is very sudden." "Is it? You're the one who said we shouldn't wait, that we should start making concrete plans." He glanced at her. "I've been thinking about what you said, about how serious you are. And you're right. Why wait? If we're going to build a life together, we should start now." "I meant we should think about it, plan things carefully." "But that's what we're doing, planning." He turned the buggy down a narrow lane. "The Schrock property is perfect. 20 acres, mostly wooded, but with a nice cleared area for a house. Close to your parents' farm, close enough that you could walk there if you wanted." "Adam!" "And there's plenty of room. We could build a good-sized house, big enough for a large family." He let that sink in. 6 children, you said. At least 6. Verity was very pale. "Yes, that's what I said. It's what we both want. A house full of life and noise and children." He smiled. "My mother will be overjoyed. She's been wanting grandchildren for so long." "Your mother?" "Oh, that's the best part." Adam pulled the buggy to a stop at the edge of the property. "There's enough room to build a dowdy house, a separate small house right on the property, for Mother. She'd be close enough to help with the children, but still have her independence." He turned to face Verity fully. "Or, and I was thinking about this, maybe she could live with us, in the main house. She'd love to help raise the children, be part of their daily lives." Verity looked like she might be sick. "Live with us? Why not? She's not well, you know that. Her heart. She might not have much time left." Adam's voice was earnest, sincere. "Wouldn't it be better if she was right there with us, part of our family from the start?" We'd need to discuss." Of course. But generally speaking, you'd be open to it?" He took her hand, felt it trembling slightly. "Because family is important, taking care of our parents. You understand that." "Yes, but—" "Come on, let me show you the property." Adam climbed down and came around to help her down. "We can walk the boundaries, figure out where we'd want to build." Verity descended slowly, reluctantly. Adam kept hold of her hand, leading her toward the cleared area. "Here," he said, stopping in the middle of an open space. "This would be perfect for the house. See? View of the woods on 3 sides, but open to the south for light. And over there," he pointed, "that's where we'd put Mother's house. Close, but not too close." "Unless she lives with us," Verity said faintly. "Unless she lives with us, exactly," Adam smiled, "which I'm starting to think is the better option. Think about it. Help with all our children, help with the cooking and cleaning, someone to teach our daughters how to quilt and can vegetables. It would be wonderful." He was watching her carefully, watching the panic in her eyes that she was trying so hard to hide. "Of course," he continued conversationally, 6 children is a lot. We should probably start right away, after the wedding. Which reminds me," he turned to face her fully, "when should we tell our mothers? You were right about telling them. They'll need time to plan the wedding. Spring, probably? March or April?" That's very soon." "Is it? We've only known each other for a few weeks, but like you said, sometimes that's enough. And if you're planning to move back anyway, start transitioning your practice, we should make it official, start planning properly." He squeezed her hand. "I think we should tell them tonight, at dinner, both families together." Verity's face had gone from pale to grey. "Tonight? Why not? You've been saying we should make plans, that you're serious about this, that you're in love with me." He watched her closely. "You are in love with me, aren't you, Verity?" She opened her mouth, closed it, tried again. "I feel something for you." "Good, then there's no reason to wait." Adam pulled out the blanket he'd brought and spread it on the ground. "Come, sit. Let's have our picnic and talk about the details. How soon you can transition your practice, what kind of house we want to build, how many rooms we'll need, at least 7, I'd think. 1 for us, 1 for Mother if she's living with us, and 5 for children to start." "To start?" Verity's voice cracked slightly. "Well, you said 6 or more. We should plan for growth." Adam unpacked the basket. Bread, cheese, apples, hot coffee. "Here, you must be hungry." Verity sat, mechanically accepting food she didn't seem to see. Adam continued, relentless. "I was thinking about names. If our first is a boy, we could name him after my father. And if it's a girl, what was your grandmother's name?" I can't remember? That's all right. We have time to decide." He bit into an apple. "Though not too much time. We should start trying right away. You're 30 or something, aren't you? We need to be practical about the timeline." Verity flinched. Mid-30s. Adam felt a surge of satisfaction. There it was, the truth she'd been hiding. 30 years old, talking about having 6 children, knowing it was nearly impossible. She'd lied, just like he'd suspected. "Adam," Verity's voice was strained, This is a lot, very fast. Maybe we should..." "Should what? Slow down?" He looked at her with perfect innocence. "But you're the one who said we shouldn't wait, that if we're serious, we should start planning immediately. I'm taking your advice." "I meant we should think about it." "We are thinking about it, right now, together." He gestured at the cleared land around them. "Our future, our home, our children. Isn't this what you wanted?" Verity was staring at him, and he could see the exact moment she realised what he was doing. Her eyes widened, her breath caught. She knew that he knew. "You..." she started. "I what?" Adam's smile was pleasant, mild. "I'm excited about our plans, about building a life together, about telling our mothers tonight." He leaned closer. "You are still planning to tell them tonight, aren't you? Make it official?" The trap was perfect. If she said yes, she'd be committed. If she said no, she'd have to explain why. Verity's jaw clenched. "Of course, tonight, both families together." "Wonderful." They sat in silence for a moment, looking at the land. "This is a nice property," Verity said. "It is. Perfect for a large family. Plenty of room for children to run and play." Adam stood, offering her his hand. "Want to walk the boundaries?" "No, I've seen enough." "Are you sure? We should be thorough. This is where we'll spend our lives, after all, raise our children, grow old together." "I'm sure," Verity said through gritted teeth. "All right then." Adam packed up the picnic things with cheerful efficiency. "We should head back anyway, start preparing for tonight, the big announcement." He helped her into the buggy. "Mother's going to cry. Happy tears, of course. She's been wanting this for so long." Verity said nothing. As they drove back toward town, Adam kept up a steady stream of commentary about their plans. The wedding, the house, the children, Ruth living with them, helping with everything. And with every word he watched Verity's jaw get tighter, her hands clench harder, her face grow more strained. Perfect. She wanted to play games? She wanted to torture him by pretending to be in love, watching him squirm. Two could play that game, and Adam was discovering he was very, very good at it. When they reached the Troyers, Martha came running out, eager for news. "Well, what did you think? Is it perfect?" "It's wonderful," Adam said before Verity could speak. "Absolutely perfect. We're very excited. In fact," he smiled at Martha, "we have some news. Could you and Ned join us for supper tonight? At the Yoda's?" "Supper? Oh my!" Martha's hands flew to her mouth. Are you?" "We'll explain everything tonight." Adam glanced at Verity. "Won't we?" Verity's smile looked like it hurt. "Yes, tonight." Martha was already planning. "What should I bring? Oh, this is so exciting. Ned will be so happy." "Just yourselves," Adam said. 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock. We'll be there. Oh, Verity!" Martha hugged her daughter. "I'm so happy for you." Adam climbed back into his buggy, tipped his hat politely. "See you tonight," he said. 6 o'clock. Don't be late." He clicked to the horse and started down the drive. "Adam, wait!" Verity's voice was sharp, desperate. He looked back to see her running after the buggy, her skirts lifted, her face flushed. Adam pulled the horse to a stop. Verity reached the buggy, slightly breathless. Martha was still on the porch, watching with delight. "I need to talk to you," Verity said, "privately." Adam gestured to the seat beside him. Verity climbed up. "What is it?" he asked. "We can't." Verity's voice was low, intense. "We can't tell them tonight." "Why not?" Because it's too soon. We need more time to plan." "You said we shouldn't wait." "I know what I said, but—" She was struggling. He could see it. "Adam, please, not tonight, not yet." "Why?" He turned to face her fully, his expression open, curious. "Give me one good reason why we shouldn't tell our mothers tonight that we're in love and planning to get married." Verity's mouth opened, closed. She looked trapped, desperate. "Tell me why, Verity," Adam pressed, his voice gentle but relentless. "Why shouldn't we tell them?" She stared at him, her face a mixture of fury and helplessness and something that looked almost like fear. "Tell me why," Adam said again, softer now. "I'm listening." The buggy stood still on the frozen road. The winter sun hung low in the sky, and between them the question hung unanswered, heavy with everything they both knew and everything neither would say. "Why, Verity?" Adam asked one more time. Chapter 19. "Why, Verity?" Adam asked one more time. "Because none of this is real, is it?" His voice was hard now, cold. "You do the same thing every year. It's your Christmas pattern, your Christmas scheme. String along whatever poor fool Martha picks for you, let him think there's a chance, then disappear the day after Christmas." Verity flinched but still said nothing. "Well, it's not going to work this time," Adam continued. "I know what you're doing. Samuel Zook told me all about it. 10 years of the same game, 10 different men, all thinking they were special, all getting their hearts broken when you left. Still silence. What, nothing to say? No clever explanation? Adam's laugh was bitter. I should have known you were too good to be true. The perfect woman, accomplished, independent, kind to my mother. Of course it was all an act. An act? Verity's voice finally came, low and shaking with rage. You want to talk about acts? I heard you, Adam, on the phone, 2 days ago. Adam went still. Until Christmas, Verity quoted, her voice sharp with hurt and fury. She goes back to her work right after. Everyone's happy. Nobody gets hurt. That's what you said. You were laughing about how easy it was. How I was, what was it? Easy to be around. How this isn't hard. Adam's stomach dropped. I'm sorry you heard that. Verity's eyes blazed. So don't you dare accuse me of running a scheme when you were doing the exact same thing, using me to keep your mother happy through Christmas, counting down the days until I left and solved your problem for you. That's different. How is it different? Verity asked. I was trying to give my mother hope. She's dying. And I was doing it to give my mother hope too, to make everyone happy for a few weeks. By breaking men's hearts? By making them think they had a chance when you knew you'd leave? Like you weren't doing the exact same thing to me, Verity said. They glared at each other, both breathing hard. At least I didn't make a pattern of it, Adam said. At least I'm not some serial heartbreaker who does this year after year. Verity made a sound of pure rage and fury. Without another word, she opened the door and jumped down from the buggy, storming across the snowy yard toward the house. Verity, wait! Adam called after her. She didn't stop, didn't even slow down. Adam jumped down from the buggy and ran after her, his longer strides catching up quickly. He grabbed her arm, turning her to face him. I'm not finished, he said. Well, I am. Verity tried to pull away, but he held firm. You don't get to walk away, not after what you've done, what you've been doing for 10 years. Let go of me. Those men, Daniel Fisher, Jacob Lapp, all the others, they didn't deserve what you did to them. They were good men who had real feelings, and you just used them for your Christmas entertainment. I didn't use them. Yes, you did. You let them hope, let them plan, let them imagine a future, all while knowing you'd leave. That's cruel, Verity. It's manipulative and selfish and cruel. And what you did to me wasn't? Her voice broke. Making me think you cared? Making me believe? I never made you any promises. I never said I loved you or wanted to marry you. You're the one who came to me 2 days ago with that ridiculous declaration. Because I heard you. Because I was hurt and angry and wanted you to feel what I felt. Well, congratulations. You succeeded. Adam's voice rose. This afternoon was torture. Are you happy now? No, I'm not happy. I'm furious. Because you're standing here acting like you're so much better than me, like what I did was so much worse, when you were doing the exact same thing. It's not the same. It is the same. The only difference is I've been doing it longer, which means I'm more practiced at it. So don't stand there on your high horse pretending you have the moral authority to lecture me about hurting people. Adam dropped her arm like it burned him. You're right, we are the same. We're both terrible people who use others for our own purposes, which is why whatever this is, he gestured between them, whatever game we've been playing, it ends now. Fine, I'm happy with that. Fine. They stood there, chests heaving, eyes blazing with anger and hurt. You can't keep doing this, Adam said, his voice lower now but no less intense. Year after year, hurting these men. It has to stop, Verity. Don't tell me what to do. Someone needs to, because clearly you're not going to figure it out on your own. You're well over 30 years old and you're still playing the same games you probably started at 20. When does it end? When do you stop running? I'm not running. Yes, you are. You've built this perfect little life in Cedar Grove where no one can get close to you, where you're completely in control, and then you come home every Christmas and do this performance where you pretend to be open to possibilities while keeping everyone at arm's length. You don't know anything about me. I know enough. I know you're scared. I know you'd rather hurt people than risk being hurt yourself. I know you use your work as an excuse to avoid anything real. How dare you? Because I'm the same. Adam's voice cracked. I'm exactly the same, Verity. I hide behind taking care of my mother, behind being the dutiful son, so I never have to risk anything real either. We're both cowards. The only difference is I've only done this once and you've made a career of it. Verity slapped him. The sound cracked through the cold air, sharp and final. Adam's head snapped to the side. For a long moment he didn't move. Then he looked back at her, his cheek red, his eyes hard. Goodbye, Verity. He turned and walked back to his buggy. Adam, wait! Verity's voice was different now, shaken. He didn't stop, climbed into the buggy, gathered the reins. What do we tell our mothers? Verity called after him, her voice desperate. About tonight, about dinner. Tell them the truth. Adam's voice was flat, emotionless. Tell them it didn't work out. Tell them we're not suited. Tell them whatever you want. You're good at making things up. I'm sure you'll think of something. Adam! But he'd already clicked to the horse, the buggy pulling away, leaving Verity standing alone in the cold December afternoon. Verity watched him disappear down the road, her hands still stinging from the slap, her chest tight with something that felt like it might tear her apart. He was right. About all of it. She was a coward. She did run. She had been hurting people for 10 years and calling it kindness. And the worst part, the absolute worst part, was that somewhere in the middle of all the lies and games, she'd actually started to care about Adam, and now he despised her. She could see it in his eyes, the way he'd looked at her before driving away. Cold, distant, done. He despised her. And why shouldn't he? Verity turned and walked slowly back toward the house, where Martha was waiting in front of the fire with hopeful eyes, completely unaware that everything had just fallen apart. Verity had not left her room for 3 days. Unwell, she'd told Mum, some vague illness, headache, exhaustion, general malaise. Nothing specific enough to call the doctor, but enough to keep her sequestered upstairs, away from questions, away from concerned looks, away from the need to explain why the engagement dinner had been suddenly cancelled. Martha had tried to get details. What happened with Adam? Everything seemed so wonderful. The land, the plans. It didn't work out, Verity had said. We realised we weren't suited. But how could you not be suited? You were perfect together. We weren't. Please, Mum, I don't want to talk about it. And Martha, seeing something in her daughter's face that alarmed her, had reluctantly let it drop. Ruth had sent word through Anna Yoder, concern for Verity's health, hopes she'd feel better soon, gentle inquiries about what had happened. Verity had sent back brief, polite responses. She was recovering. She'd visit soon. Everything was fine. Nothing was fine. Chapter 20. It was Christmas morning, and the Troyer house smelled of roasting turkey with sage stuffing, cinnamon from the freshly baked snickerdoodles cooling on racks. Mum had arranged paper snowflakes on the windows. They were cut by the younger nieces and nephews. Christmas cards from family and friends hung on strings stretched across the mantel. The kitchen had been a hive of activity since before dawn. The turkey, a 25-pounder this year, had gone into the oven at 5 o'clock, stuffed with Mum's traditional sage and onion dressing. The sideboard groaned under the weight of Christmas treats: pumpkin pie with extra nutmeg, pecan pie glistening with butter, and cherry pie with lattice crust. Plates of Christmas cookies covered every available space. Sugar cookies shaped like stars and angels, along with German Pfeffernuss dusted with powdered sugar, and date pinwheels that took hours to make. In the centre sat Mum's famous peanut brittle that she only made once a year. Verity's married sisters had arrived with their families, children excited about tomorrow's second Christmas when they'd exchange gifts. Men gathering in the front room, discussing the possibility of snow, while the women bustled in the kitchen, putting final touches on dishes that had been planned for weeks. The noise and activity that usually made Christmas feel special today felt overwhelming. "Verity," her sister Hannah grabbed her arm. "Are you feeling better? Mum said you've been unwell." "Much better, thank you." "And what's this we hear about you and Adam Byler? Mum was so excited about you two, and then suddenly—" Hannah lowered her voice. "What happened?" "It didn't work out." The phrase was becoming automatic. "We weren't suited." "But Mum said you were looking at land together and talking about marriage." "We were premature. We barely knew each other." Verity forced a smile. "It's better we figured it out now rather than later." Hannah looked sceptical, but was distracted by one of her children trying to sneak a Christmas cookie before lunch. Verity moved to the long table to check that everyone had a knife and fork. "There you are," Mum said. "The turkey needs its final basting, the potatoes need mashing, and the creamed celery isn't started yet. Can you—" "Of course." Verity threw herself into the work, grateful for the distraction. The creamed celery was an Amish Christmas tradition. No proper Christmas dinner was complete without it. She diced the celery stalks while butter melted in the pan, the familiar rhythm of Christmas preparation soothing her rattled nerves. Around her, her sisters chatted and laughed, discussing which cookies to pack in tins for the elderly shut-ins they'd visit tomorrow. Their easy companionship usually made Christmas morning special. Today it felt like a wall between her and everyone else. "Let's take some of these leftover apple pieces and food to the horses and alpacas," Verity suggested. "Good idea. It can be their Christmas treats," Hannah said. Hannah and Verity walked with the children who carried the treats to the barn. There were apple pieces saved from yesterday's pie making, carrots cut into rounds, and a special measure of oats for each animal. The alpacas hummed excitedly, while the horses appreciated their share. At 11 o'clock, a buggy pulled into the yard, tiny bells on the harness jingling. Ruth had added them for Christmas, no doubt. Verity's hands stilled on the potato masher. Through the window decorated with snowflakes and paper angels, Verity saw Adam helping his mother down from the buggy. Then Anna and her husband followed. Ruth moved slowly, carefully, her arm still splintered. Adam's hand was gentle at her elbow, his face attentive. "They're here," Mum called out, already moving toward the door. "Hannah, help me take their coats. Verity, make sure the apple cider is warm, and set out those Christmas cookies on the good plate." Verity turned to the potatoes, mashing them with extra butter and cream. Christmas dinner called for richness, keeping her eyes down, her hands busy. Then she heard the commotion of greetings in the front room. Ruth's warm voice exclaiming over the decorations and the wonderful smells. Adam's quieter responses. Martha's effusive welcome. Ned offering Christmas greetings. Children's voices asking if they'd brought Christmas cookies to add to the collection. "Verity," Mum's voice came from behind her. "Come greet our guests." No escape. Verity wiped her hands on her apron and walked into the living room. Ruth was being settled into the most comfortable chair by the fire, pillows arranged for her arm, a mug of cider pressed into her good hand. She looked up as Verity entered and her face brightened. "Verity, oh my dear, it's so good to see you. Merry Christmas. Your mother's house smells wonderful, and look at all these Christmas cards." She gestured at the string of cards. "What a lovely way to display them." "Yes, it is lovely. We do that every year." Verity moved forward to kiss Ruth's cheek, carefully avoiding looking at Adam, who stood near the window where candles glowed. "Merry Christmas, Ruth. I'm glad you're here. How's your arm today?" "Healing wonderfully. I see the doctor next week, and hopefully I'll have my arm back to normal again." Adam was staring determinedly at the Christmas cards strung above Verity's head, his jaw tight, his posture stiff. He took a mug of Christmas cider Martha offered with a quiet "Merry Christmas" and "Thank you," and sat as far from Verity as the room would allow. The message was clear. He wanted nothing to do with her, not even on Christmas. Verity felt something twist painfully in her chest and forced herself to look away, focusing instead on passing the cookie plate to the children who'd been eyeing it hopefully. Their mothers were allowing them just one before lunch. "The food will be ready soon," Mum announced. "Another 30 minutes or so. Verity made the cream celery just like her grandmother's recipe." The next 30 minutes were excruciating. Verity returned to the kitchen, stirring the cream celery, arranging vegetables on the good serving platters they only used at Christmas, making sure the 3 kinds of pie were perfectly positioned on the sideboard. But she was aware of Adam in the next room, his voice, rare and quiet when he spoke, barely audible over the children singing Silent Night in German, practicing for tomorrow's visits to the elderly. Finally, Christmas lunch was ready. The long table in the dining room was laid with Martha's best dishes. The centrepiece was simple but festive, pine boughs with red winterberries that grew wild behind the barn. Serving platters crowded every available space. The golden brown turkey, skin crackling, surrounded by roasted carrots and onions. Mountains of mashed potatoes whipped with cream and butter. Rich gravy in Martha's special Christmas gravy boat. The traditional creamed celery that glistened in its serving dish. Green beans with bacon and onions. Sweet corn pudding with a golden top. Pickled beets adding deep red colour to the feast. Fresh dinner rolls, still warm, in baskets lined with Christmas napkins. Homemade cranberry sauce. Chow chow and pepper cabbage. And on the sideboard, waiting, shoofly pie, pumpkin pie with whipped cream, pecan pie, cherry pie, and plates upon plates of Christmas cookies. "Everyone gather," Ned called. They all sat down. Verity's parents were at either ends of the table, her sisters and their husbands, nieces and nephews, with the youngest ones needing cushions on their chairs, Ruth and Adam. 18 people around one table decorated with its special Christmas tablecloth, with children squeezed onto benches, adults filling the chairs that had been brought from all over the house. Everyone closed their eyes and said their silent prayers of thanks for the food, for family, for Christmas blessings, for another year together. And then joyful chaos as food was passed, plates were filled to overflowing, and Christmas conversation erupted. Exclamations over Martha's perfectly roasted turkey, requests for just a little more creamed celery, children trying to save room for pie. Verity found herself seated near the middle of the table, her sister Rachel on one side, her nephew on the other. Adam was at the far end, next to Ruth and across from Ned. Perfect. She didn't have to look at him, didn't have to make conversation. If she was grateful for one Christmas gift, it was that no one forced her to sit next to Adam. "Verity," her sister Rachel leaned close, passing the cranberry sauce. "Are you sure you're all right? You're barely touching Mum's cream celery, and you know she only makes it at Christmas." "I made it this time." "Oh, it's very good. Thank you." "So, are you sure you're okay?" "I'm fine, truly." Rachel didn't look convinced but let it drop, distracted by her youngest reaching for the pickle dish. Around the table, Christmas conversation flowed. Talk of who had the most snow this year and plans for visiting and gift-giving tomorrow. Normal. Everything was so desperately, painfully normal. A traditional Amish Christmas lunch, exactly like every year. Except for the careful way Mum kept glancing between Verity and Adam, worry creasing her forehead even as she passed the gravy boat. Except for the way Ruth looked between her son and Verity with confusion and concern while praising the meal. Except for the way Adam's shoulders were rigid, his responses to questions brief, his eyes never, not once, straying to where Verity sat, not even when Ned asked him to pass the Christmas pickles that were directly in front of her. Halfway through the meal, Martha stood to refill water glasses and check if anyone wanted more turkey. As she passed behind Verity, she paused, her hand briefly touching her daughter's shoulder. The touch was gentle, understanding. It said, "I see you hurting. Even on Christmas, especially on Christmas, I see it." Verity blinked hard against sudden tears and kept her eyes on her untouched cream celery. "More turkey?" Hannah asked, passing the platter. "It's Christmas, Verity. Mum will be hurt if you don't eat." "No, thank you." "Pie then? We have 4 kinds, and Mum made your favourite, cherry." "Maybe later." Chapter 21. After the meal, the women cleared the plates while the men retreated to the front room. Children scattered to play with some simple wooden toys Adam had made them. Verity was at the sink, up to her elbows in soapy water, when Mum appeared beside her. "Verity, dear, we're running low on firewood. Would you mind bringing some in from the shed? Just enough for this evening." "Of course." Verity dried her hands and reached for her shawl. As she did, Mum turned to where Adam was standing near the doorway, clearly trying to decide if he could escape to join the men. "Adam, would you help Verity? The shed latch sticks, and she'll need someone to hold the door while she gathers the wood." Verity's head snapped up. "Mum, I can manage." "Nonsense, it's a 2-person job. Adam, you don't mind, do you?" "Of course not." They walked out into the cold afternoon in silence. The shed was at the edge of the property, far enough from the house that the noise of the celebration faded behind them. Snow crunched under their feet and neither spoke. At the shed, Adam reached for the latch. It opened easily, no sticking at all. He shot a look back at the house, and Verity followed his gaze to see Mum's face briefly in the window before she disappeared. "She orchestrated this," Verity said quietly. "Apparently." "I'm sorry." More silence. Adam held the door open while Verity stepped inside the dim shed. She began gathering logs, stacking them in her arms with mechanical precision. Adam stood in the doorway, not helping, not leaving. The silence stretched until it became unbearable. "Verity, I owe you an apology." Verity's hand stilled on a log. "What?" "The other day, in the buggy, I said things that were—" He stopped, started again. "I said cruel things. True things, maybe, but I said them to hurt you, and that was wrong." Verity set down the logs and turned to face him. "Adam—" "Let me finish, please. You were right. I was using you to keep my mother happy, counting down the days until you left. I had no right to stand there and lecture you about your pattern when I was running my own scheme." "You had every right," Verity said quietly, "because you were right too, about all of it." "Verity, no, let me say this." She wrapped her arms around herself, cold despite her shawl. "I've had a lot of time to think these past days, about what you said, about what I've been doing every Christmas for 10 years. She took a breath, forcing herself to meet his eyes. I told myself I was being kind, giving people hope, making my mother happy, getting through 3 weeks without causing problems. But you were right. It was cruel. What I did to those men, letting them think there was a chance when I knew there wasn't, letting them plan and hope and imagine a future that I had no intention of being part of. You didn't force them to fall for you. No, but I didn't discourage it either. I smiled and was pleasant and available and let them believe what they wanted to believe, because it was easier than being honest, easier than saying from the start, I'm not interested, I'm leaving after Christmas, please don't get attached. Her voice shook slightly. I never thought about how they felt after I left, how it must have hurt to realise they'd been, what did you call it? Strung along. I told myself it was only a few weeks, that they'd get over it, that it wasn't my responsibility. Adam was quiet for a long moment. Why? He asked finally. Why do you do it? Because it's safe, Verity admitted. 3 weeks isn't long enough to really hurt me, isn't long enough for anyone to see past the person I present to who I actually am, isn't long enough to... She stopped. To fall in love, Adam finished quietly. Yes. They stood in the cold shed, the truth hanging between them like their visible breath. For what it's worth, Adam said, I understand, because I was doing the same thing, using you as a shield so my mother would stop worrying, stop pushing, stop trying to settle my future before she dies. It was easier to go through the motions with someone I knew would leave than to risk actually... He stopped abruptly. Risk actually what? Verity prompted. Risk actually caring. Adam's voice was barely above a whisper. Risk someone getting close enough to matter. Verity felt something crack in her chest. Adam? But that's not your problem, or your fault. He straightened, his voice becoming more formal. I said things the other day that were out of line. I accused you of things while doing the exact same things myself. I was angry and hurt and I lashed out. And I'm sorry. I slapped you, Verity said. I'm sorry too. You didn't deserve that. I probably did, actually. I was being cruel. We were both being cruel. We both said true things in the cruelest possible way. Verity managed a weak smile. We're quite good at hurting each other, it turns out. We are. Adam almost smiled back. So what do we do now? He asked. I don't know. Verity looked down at her hands. I'll be gone soon, back to Cedar Grove, back to my real life. Right, of course. And you'll stay here, find land, build your house, take care of your mother. Yes. So maybe, Verity forced herself to meet his eyes, maybe we could call a truce and be civil to each other for the sake of our families. Adam was quiet, something complicated passing across his face. Then he nodded. A truce. That seems reasonable. We don't have to be friends. Agreed. I really am sorry, Verity said softly, for the games, for making you squirm those 2 days, for all of it. I'm sorry too. Adam's voice was equally soft. For the phone call, for the land viewing, for everything I said in that buggy. We're even then. Even. Verity gathered the firewood back into her arms. Adam reached to help, and for a moment their hands touched on the same log. They both froze. The touch was electric, sending a jolt through Verity's entire body. She yanked her hand back like she'd been burned. Sorry, she muttered. My fault. They carefully avoided touching as they loaded the wood, dividing it between them. They walked back to the house in silence. At the door, Adam paused as if he wanted to say something, but Verity hurried inside ahead of him. She delivered her wood to the fireplace and immediately disappeared back into the kitchen. Adam joined the men in the front room. The rest of Christmas Day passed in that careful, painful civility. Verity and Adam spoke to each other exactly twice more, once when Adam thanked her for passing the pie at dessert, once when Verity asked him to convey her best wishes to his mother when they left. Polite, civil, exactly what they'd agreed. When Ruth and Adam finally prepared to leave as evening fell, there were warm goodbyes all around. Ruth hugged Verity tightly. "I hope you feel completely better soon, dear, and I hope—" She paused, something sad in her eyes. "I hope whatever is troubling you finds resolution." "Thank you, Ruth." Adam shook hands with Ned, thanked Martha for the meal, nodded politely at Verity. "Safe travels back to Cedar Grove," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "Thank you." Then Adam turned away, helped his mother into the buggy, and drove off with the couple who were hosting them, Anna and her husband. Verity watched from the window until the buggy disappeared. "Did you love him?" Verity's whole body stiffened. "It doesn't matter." "It does matter, because I've watched you go through these Christmas courtships for years, and I've never seen you look like this, like something inside you is breaking." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You haven't been fine since that dinner was cancelled, and neither has Adam. I saw it in his face today. Something happened between the two of you." "Everything went wrong, Mum. Everything." Verity wrapped her arms around herself. "Now it's over. That's all. It's over." "I've never seen a man affect you like this." Martha pulled her daughter into a hug, and Verity let herself lean into it, drawing comfort from her mother's familiar warmth. "I'm sorry," Mum whispered. "I pushed too hard. I wanted so badly for you to find someone to marry." "I know you want the best for me. I've loved being here with you and Dad and seeing everyone again." They stood there in the quiet house, while around them Verity's sisters cleaned up the last of the Christmas dishes and children played their final games before leaving. Tomorrow Verity would leave for Cedar Grove. Soon Adam Byler would simply become another Christmas memory. Chapter 22. Boxing Day. Amish second Christmas. Brought more snow. Verity woke early before the rest of the house stirred and began packing her few belongings. It didn't take long. She'd learned over the years to travel light for these Christmas visits. A few dresses, her toiletries, and barely anything else. Everything fit easily into one small bag. She worked mechanically, folding each item with care, trying not to think about anything except the task at hand. Don't think about Adam's face at Christmas dinner. Don't think about the truce in the woodshed. Don't think about the way her chest aches every time she remembers how he wouldn't look at her. Just get back to Cedar Grove where life makes sense. By the time her mother came downstairs, Verity was in the kitchen and had everything ready by the door. "You're up early," Mum said quietly. "Wanted to get an early start. It's a long drive. I left everyone's presents in the living room." "Why don't you ever stay for second Christmas?" Verity shook her head. "It's a lot of— I don't know the word for it. It's a bit overwhelming for me." "Verity, you could stay a few more days. The women in Cedar Grove can manage without you." "I'm sure, Mum. The car is already booked. I need to get back to my real life." Mum flinched at the emphasis on real, but didn't argue. Instead, she moved to the stove and started preparing breakfast. "At least eat before you go, please." Verity didn't have the heart to refuse. "Thanks, I'd like that. I have a little time before the car arrives." Breakfast was quiet. Ned came down, took one look at Verity's bag by the door, and simply nodded. He understood. He always understood when not to push. He sat down at the table. "I'm sorry to see you go. Goodbyes are always so hard." "I know, but I'll be back next year. I'll keep in touch." After breakfast, the hired car arrived. Martha hovered, wrapping Verity in extra blankets, pressing a basket of food into her hands. "In case you get hungry on the road, and there's a thermos of hot coffee." "Thank you, Mum." "Verity, Martha's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry for pushing so hard, for always trying to match you with someone, for not accepting that you're happy as you are. Mum, don't. Verity hugged her mother tightly. You were trying to help, I know that. But I made things worse with Adam. I pushed you two together and now nothing. It didn't work out. That happens a lot. Verity pulled back, forcing a smile. I'll be fine. I'm always fine. But Mum's face was full of doubt, and Verity couldn't quite meet her eyes. Her father helped load her bag into the trunk. Verity was about to get in the car when a horse and buggy turned into the yard. It was Adam. He pulled up beside them, and Verity could see Ruth in the passenger seat, wrapped in heavy blankets against the cold. We wanted to say goodbye again. We couldn't let you leave without a proper farewell. Adam climbed down and came around to help his mother out. His face was carefully neutral, his eyes not quite meeting Verity's. Ruth hugged Verity tightly with her good arm. Travel safely, dear, and please don't be a stranger. Write to me sometimes. Let me know how you're doing. Of course, Verity said, and if you're ever back this way, I'll be back next year for Christmas. Mum took Ruth's arm, steering her toward the house. Come inside for a moment. It's too cold to stand out here. I'll make fresh coffee. It was obvious, painfully obvious, but Mum and Ruth disappeared into the house and Dad followed them, leaving Verity and Adam alone in the yard. The silence stretched. So, Adam said finally, you're leaving? Yes. Back to your real life? Yes. More silence. Adam kicked at the frozen ground, not looking at her. Verity, He stopped, started again. Before you go, I need to tell you something. Adam, we said everything we needed to say. No, we didn't. He looked up then, meeting her eyes, and she saw something raw in his expression. We said a lot of angry things, true things, hurtful things, but we didn't say, I didn't say. He took a breath. I had feelings for you, real feelings, not the performance, not the scheme to keep my mother happy. Somewhere in the middle of the charade, I actually fell for you. Verity's breath caught. Adam? I know you don't feel the same way. I'm not telling you this to make you stay or to change your mind. His voice roughened. I needed you to know that it wasn't all fake, not for me. Verity felt something crack inside her chest. This was the moment to be honest, to tell him the truth, to admit that she'd fallen for him too, despite everything. But she couldn't. Because if she admitted it, if she let herself say it out loud, she'd have to deal with it. She'd have to figure out what it meant, how to make it work, how to reconcile her life in Cedar Grove with staying here. She'd have to risk everything, her independence, her carefully constructed walls, her control. Most of all, she'd have to risk being hurt when it all came crashing down. And Verity had spent 10 years learning how not to be hurt. I'm sorry, I didn't feel anything, I mean. It was all part of the pattern for me, like you said. Adam went very still. I see. I was hoping you'd say something different. It was pleasant. You're a good man, but this is where it ends. The hurt that flashed across Adam's face was like a knife to her chest. It's all my fault, and I'm truly sorry. I play these games. I let men think there's a chance, and then I leave. That's what I do. That's all this was. It was a ruse. Everything was all just part of your game? Not a game. Verity swallowed hard. I was protecting myself, like I always do. And now I'm going back to Cedar Grove and we can both move on and forget this ever happened." Adam stared at her for a long moment. She could see him processing, trying to reconcile what she was saying with what he thought he knew. "Fine," he said finally, his voice cold. "Thank you for your honesty." "Adam, have a safe trip back." He turned away, heading toward the house. "Adam, wait!" He stopped but didn't turn around. What? What could she say? "I'm lying? I'm terrified? I do have feelings for you, and that's exactly why I have to leave?" "Nothing. Never mind." Adam went inside without looking back. Verity stood alone in the cold yard, her heart pounding, everything inside her screaming to call him back, to tell him the truth, to... No, this was better, cleaner. He'd be hurt now, but he'd get over it. He'd find someone else, someone who could actually stay, someone who could give him the life he wanted. And she'd go back to Cedar Grove and forget all of this. She got into the car and shut the door. "Drive, please." "Yes, ma'am," the driver said. She kept her eyes forward and drove away from her parents' farm, away from Adam Byler, away from the possibility of something real. By the time Verity reached Cedar Grove, it was mid-afternoon. The town looked exactly as she'd left it, quiet streets and the familiar houses, except it didn't feel like home anymore. The driver carried her bag to the door just as she put the key in the lock. Before she knew it, the car zoomed away. She carried her bag into her small house and stood in the middle of her tidy front room. Everything was exactly as she'd left it. This was the place she loved, so why did it feel so empty? Verity sank into the rocking chair and stared at nothing. She'd done the right thing. She'd been honest with him. But had she made the worst mistake of her life? Many miles away, Adam stood in the Yoda's barn doing the nightly feeding of the horses for Isaac. "She felt nothing," he said aloud to the empty space. "It shouldn't hurt this much." He'd known from the beginning this was temporary. He'd been running his own scheme, using Verity for his own purposes. He had no right to be hurt that she'd done the same thing. Except somewhere along the way, it had stopped being a scheme for him. He'd actually fallen for her sharp wit and her competence, and the way she was so gentle with his mother, for the way she challenged him and understood him and made him laugh. And she'd felt nothing. "It's better this way," he told himself. "Cleaner." But it didn't feel better. It felt like he'd lost something he'd never even had. Adam picked up the bucket and filled them with oats. She was gone, back to her life in Cedar Grove. And he'd stay here, take care of his mother, find land, build a house. Alone, as he'd always planned. So why did alone suddenly feel wrong when it had always felt so right? Chapter 23. It was weeks since Verity had returned to Cedar Grove, and nothing felt right. She threw herself into work. Every birth, every prenatal visit, every middle-of-the-night call, she took them all, grateful for the distraction, desperate to fill her mind with anything except Adam's face when she'd told him she felt nothing. On the way home from one appointment, she had stopped by her friend Sybil's house. She didn't stay long after Sybil told her she was going to burn out. After that, she asked way too many questions about Adam. Verity had told her she didn't want to talk about it, and she didn't. Talking about it meant thinking about it, and thinking about it meant feeling the constant ache in her chest that never quite went away. So she worked, and worked, and worked, until the night of January 29th, when a woman went into labour with her fourth child. It was a long labour, difficult. The baby was posterior, the patient was exhausted, and Verity spent 14 hours coaching, encouraging, doing everything she could to help this mother bring her child safely into the world. Finally, At 6 in the morning, a healthy baby girl arrived. The woman wept with relief and exhaustion. By the time Verity made it home, she'd been awake for over 24 hours. Her back ached, her feet hurt, her eyes burned. She wanted to collapse into bed and sleep for a week. Verity pulled her buggy up to her small house, the one she rented on the edge of Cedar Grove. She climbed down stiffly, every muscle protesting, started to unhitch her horse, and then she saw something on her porch. Someone was lying down, on her porch. Verity's heart lurched. Fear shot through her exhaustion. Who would be at her house so early in the morning? She grabbed the buggy whip, holding it like a weapon, her mind racing through possibilities. A patient's husband with news? An emergency? A stranger? "Who's there?" she called out, her voice sharper than she intended. The figure moved. He sat up. "It's me. Sorry, must have dozed off." "Adam?" Her voice came out as barely a whisper. He got up and walked closer. He looked tired, dark circles under his eyes, his face thinner than she remembered. He was wearing his heavy winter coat, a scarf wrapped around his neck. "What are you doing here?" Verity managed. "I came to talk to you. I've been waiting since yesterday afternoon. I was starting to think you weren't coming home." He stopped a few feet away from her. "Long night?" "Birth. Difficult one." Verity was still trying to process that Adam Byler was standing in her yard in Cedar Grove. Why are you... "I need to talk to you, Verity." "Adam, I told you. I know what you told me. That you felt nothing. That it was all part of your Christmas ruse. But I don't believe you." Verity's breath caught. "What?" "I don't believe you." Adam moved closer. "You're in a pattern, Verity. You've done something for 10 years straight. Habits are hard to break. And I think..." He stopped directly in front of her now. "I think you're not being truthful with yourself. I think you're really in love with me, or could have feelings for me if you give yourself a chance." The words hit her like a physical blow. She opened her mouth to deny it, but nothing came out. "You can't even say it, can you?" Adam's voice was gentle now. "You can't even look me in the eye and tell me you don't love me." "Adam," her voice broke, "tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you felt nothing when we worked together in my mother's kitchen, when we talked in the barn, when I called you remarkable and meant it. Tell me you felt nothing when you heard that phone call and it hurt you so much you wanted to hurt me back." He reached out slowly, carefully, giving her time to pull away. His hand cupped her cheek. "Tell me you feel nothing right now." Verity couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. Tears were brimming in her eyes. "I can't," she whispered. "I can't tell you that." "Why did you say those things to me on the day you left?" "Because I was scared." The truth came pouring out, unstoppable now. "Because if I admitted it was real, I'd have to do something about it. I'd have to risk everything, my independence, my control, my carefully constructed life. I'd have to trust you, trust us, trust that it wouldn't all fall apart. And I didn't know how. I've spent years protecting myself, and I didn't know how to stop. And now?" "Now," Verity looked up at him through her tears. "Now I think I made the worst mistake of my life." Adam's thumb brushed away her tears. "Good, because I travelled here to tell you that I love you, really love you. Not the performance, not the scheme. You, the real you, stubborn and scared and so competent it takes my breath away. The woman who stayed calm when my mother fell, who called me out on my deception, who slapped me when I deserved it." Despite everything, Verity felt a laugh bubble up. "I did slap you pretty hard." "You did," Adam smiled. "I'm sorry about that. I've never hit anyone before in my life. I don't even believe in violence. I probably deserved it, for all the cruel things I said, for judging you while doing the same thing myself, for being too much of a coward to tell you the truth until it was too late. It's not too late, Verity said softly. Isn't it? You have a life here, work you love, women who depend on you. I can transfer my practice. There are women in your community who need midwives too. The words came easier now, the decision crystallizing as she spoke. It would take time, maybe 6 months to train someone here, to make the transition properly, but it's possible if... She stopped, suddenly uncertain. If you still want me. If I still want you? Adam pulled her closer, his other hand coming up to frame her face. Verity, I want to buy that land. I want to build that house. I want... His voice roughened. I want you beside me. For all of it. The good days and the hard days and everything in between. Even though I'm difficult and stubborn and have spent 10 years running from anything real, especially because of that, because you're done running now, aren't you? Verity looked up at him, this man who'd seen through all her defences, who'd called her out on her lies, who came to tell her she was wrong about not loving him. This man who was exactly as damaged and scared as she was. This man who was perfect for her because of it, not in spite of it. Yes, she said, I'm done running away. Good. Adam's smile was warm, genuine, everything she'd been missing for 3 weeks. Because I have plans, big plans. That land we looked at, I put a deposit down on it. You did? Before I came here. Figured if you said yes, we'd need somewhere to build our house. And if you said no, I'd build there anyway and spend the rest of my life regretting that I let you go. That's very presumptuous, Verity said, but she was smiling through her tears. Is it presumptuous if I'm right? You're a fool, Adam Byler, coming all this way, thinking I'd give up everything I've built here. Are you? He asked. Giving it up? Or are you choosing something different? Verity thought about the past 3 weeks, the emptiness, the way nothing felt right anymore. Choosing something different, she said. Choosing us. Even though it's terrifying? Especially because it's terrifying. She smiled up at him. But maybe we can figure it out together. Learn how to be vulnerable together. Build something real together. You're my other half, Adam said softly. The stubborn, prickly, wonderful other half I didn't even know I was looking for. And I don't want to spend another day without you. Not even one day? He shook his head. Not even one. That might be difficult. I have patients here, responsibilities. 6 months, you said, to transition your practice. Adam's hands were still framing her face, his thumbs gentle on her cheeks. I can wait 6 months, as long as I know you're coming back, as long as I know this is real. It's real, Verity whispered. It's the realest thing I've ever felt. And then Adam kissed her. It was nothing like the careful, performed courtship they'd maintained in front of their mothers, nothing like the polite civility of their Christmas ruse. It was desperate and honest and full of everything they'd been too scared to say to each other. It was the truth, finally, without lies or games or protection. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, Verity rested her forehead against his. I love you, she said. I should have said it that day. I should have been brave enough to say it. But I'm saying it now. I love you, Adam Byler. I love you too, he smiled. Because I was thinking, if you're going to transfer your practice, if you're going to move back to build a life with me, we should probably make it official. Official? Marriage, Verity. I'm asking you to marry me. What else would I be talking about? We've only known each other 3 weeks, most of which we spent not being real with each other. Best 3 weeks of my life, Adam said. So what do you say? Will you marry me? Build that house with me? Have those 6 children we talked about? Adam, Verity started to laugh, tears still streaming down her face. I'm well over 30. 6 children is biologically improbable at my age. So we'll have 3, or 4, or none at all. I don't care, as long as I have you. He kissed her again, quick and firm. Say yes, Verity, please. Put me out of my misery and say yes. Verity looked at him. This man who'd travelled 200 miles to tell her she was lying. This man who knew all her worst qualities and loved her anyway. This man who was absolutely, perfectly right for her. Yes, she said. Yes, I'll marry you. Yes to the house and the land and figuring out how to be vulnerable together. Yes to all of it. Adam picked her up and spun her around, right there in her yard, both of them laughing like fools. When he set her down, Verity was dizzy, from the spinning, from the emotion, from the sheer impossibility of this moment. Your mother is going to be so happy, she said. Our mothers, Adam corrected. Both of them. They're going to be insufferable. They're going to say they knew all along. They probably did. Adam pulled her close again, tucking her against his chest. Mothers always know. They stood there in the cold January night, holding each other, finally honest about what they felt. I'm exhausted, Verity said after a while. I've been up for over 24 hours. I need to sleep. Then sleep. I'll take care of your horse. You've been waiting since yesterday afternoon. You must be exhausted too. I am, but I can wait a few more hours. He kissed the top of her head. Go inside. Rest. We'll figure everything else out later. I'll come back this afternoon. Thank you, she said at the door of her house, for taking a risk. Thank you for saying yes. Now go sleep. You look ready to collapse. I am ready to collapse. Verity went into her room, changed into her nightgown, and fell into bed. She was asleep almost instantly, but for the first time in 3 weeks, it was peaceful sleep, dreamless, restful. Chapter 24. Christmas Day, 1 year later. Verity stood in her mother's kitchen, rocking gently back and forth, with 5-day-old Eve in her arms. The baby was fussy, overtired from all the excitement and attention, and Verity was trying to soothe her before she woke the entire house with her crying. Shh, little one, shh, I know. Too many people wanting to hold you, too much noise. Through the window she could see Adam in the yard with her father and brothers-in-law, examining something on her father's plough. Even from here she could see her husband laugh at something her brother-in-law said. Her husband. Even after 10 months of marriage, the word still made something warm bloom in her chest. The past year had been a whirlwind. The wedding had been in February, a simple ceremony in her parents' house on a cold, bright Saturday. Both mothers had cried happy tears. They'd moved into a small house on the bishop's property while their own house was being built. The land Adam had put the deposit on was perfect. 20 acres of woods and cleared spaces, with a creek running through one corner. Adam was building their house himself, with help from the community. It was nearly finished now, the main structure done, the roof on, the windows in. And the addition for Ruth, with her own bedroom, sitting room and private entrance. Close enough to be part of their daily lives, separate enough to give her independence. Ruth's health had improved over the past year. The doctor said the happiness had done it, seeing Adam settled, having a grandchild to dote on. Her heart was still weak, but she was stable, happy. There you are. Ruth's voice came from behind Verity. Is she finally settling? Almost. Verity turned to show her mother-in-law the now drowsy baby. She wore herself out crying. Poor little thing. So many people wanting to hold her, pass her around. Ruth reached out to gently stroke Eve's cheek. She has your eyes, your stubbornness too. Look at how she fights sleep. That's definitely from me. Martha bustled in from the front room. How's the baby? Is she sleeping yet? Oh, good, she's drowsy. Verity, sit down. You must be exhausted. You had a baby 5 days ago. Standing is fine. Sitting makes everything hurt worse. Martha looked like she wanted to argue, but was distracted by the pies cooling on the counter. Apple, pumpkin, and mincemeat, their sweet, spicy scent filling the kitchen. The turkey was resting on the sideboard, golden and perfect. Bowls of mashed potatoes, creamed corn, green beans with bacon, fresh rolls, cranberry sauce, and sweet potato casserole crowded every available surface. Help me get this food to the table before it gets cold, Martha said. Ruth, you just supervise. The men came in from outside, stamping snow off their boots, bringing cold air and loud voices with them. Eve stirred in Verity's arms, her face scrunching up in preparation for a cry. Adam was there immediately, crossing the room to his wife and daughter. Hey, little one. Too loud? He took the baby gently, cradling her against his chest. Eve immediately settled, her tiny fist curling around Adam's finger. That's better. She's completely spoilt by you already, Verity said. That's my job, to spoil my girls. Adam leaned down to kiss Verity's forehead. Both of them. You should sit down. You're still recovering. I'm fine. Women have been having babies and being up and about for thousands of years. Humour me anyway. Verity allowed herself to be guided to a chair. The truth was she was exhausted. Dinner was the usual chaos. Verity's sisters and their families, Ruth, Verity's parents, Adam and Verity and baby Eve. 18 people crammed around the table, food passed in all directions, children fidgeting, adults talking over each other. Verity sat between Adam and her mother, Eve sleeping peacefully in the cradle they'd set up nearby. She helped herself to small portions. The turkey was perfectly moist, the potatoes creamy with butter and cream, the green beans still crisp. Martha's cooking was as good as ever, maybe better, knowing that Verity wasn't just visiting this time. This was home now. Her sister Hannah caught her eye and smiled. You look happy. I am happy. Good. It's about time. The meal continued with stories and laughter, children sneaking extra rolls, adults having second helpings of everything. When Martha brought out the pies, Verity took a small slice of apple, still warm, the crust flaky and perfect, cinnamon and sugar melting on her tongue. After dinner, while others cleaned up, Adam insisted Verity rest in the front room. She settled into the comfortable chair by the fire, and soon Eve woke, and everyone took turns holding her. Mum brought out more coffee, and the children played with simple wooden toys that Adam had made them. Adam in the corner, deep in conversation with Verity's brothers-in-law about the best way to frame out Ruth's addition. 1 year ago, she'd been sitting in this same house, dreading Christmas dinner with Adam. 1 year ago, she'd been so certain she knew exactly what she wanted. Independence, control, a life where no one could hurt her. She'd been so wrong. Adam looked up from his conversation and caught her eye. He smiled, that warm, genuine smile that still made her heart skip, and mouthed, You okay? She nodded, smiling back. The baby cried and was promptly handed back to Verity. As soon as she was in her mother's arms, she stopped crying. "Your dad is building you a house," Verity whispered, "with your grandmother's addition attached. And there will be siblings eventually, maybe not 6, but some. And you'll grow up surrounded by family and love." Adam crossed the room and sat on the arm of her chair, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. "Ready to go home?" he asked quietly. "Soon. Let me enjoy this a little longer. Take all the time you need." They sat together, watching their families, their daughter now asleep again in Verity's arms. Outside, snow was starting to fall, soft, gentle flakes that caught the light from the windows. 1 year ago, Verity had been leaving this house, lying to Adam about her feelings, running back to the safety of Cedar Grove. Now she was exactly where she belonged. Verity looked at her husband, this man who'd seen through her defences. "Thank you," she said softly. "For what?" "For coming after me, for not giving up on me." "Thank you for saying yes." Adam kissed her forehead. "For choosing us." Verity laughed softly. "Best decision I ever made." Outside, the snow continued to fall. Inside, the fire crackled and family gathered, and a baby slept peacefully in her mother's arms. And Verity Byler, no longer Troyer, no longer running, no longer afraid, was finally, completely, perfectly home. Thank you for reading Her Amish Christmas Ruse. Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed this audiobook and want more, join my members only section. You'll get early access to all my audiobooks weeks before they're released here, monthly discounts to my store, and members only polls where you help me choose characters and shape future books. Your support truly means the world to me and helps me keep creating these stories for you. You'll find the link to join in the bio. You can also find all my audiobooks, paperbacks, and large print editions directly at samanthapriceauthor.com. Thank you for listening to Her Amish Christmas Ruse. Copyright 2025 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2025 by Samantha Price.